Hello, and welcome to Diesel Shot. Oh, I'm not seeing any of the audio bars flicker when I. Wait a minute.
Dun,
Okay.
dun,
No, they're okay. It's going, it's going, it's
dun.
going.
Whew,
Yes,
got me
hello,
scared.
Sock Fiddler. Hello, and welcome everyone to some stars that we're going to change. Um, we are joined, of course, by Boys Baltic, the boys from the Baltic Star, and Pat and I are having a little bit of a shindig. This is obviously an early stream for us, so it's gonna be the best of both worlds. Um,
Daytime drinking.
it's gonna be the best of both worlds. So
Still taste the toothpaste.
so
I just got off work and I'm so ready to forget it.
indeed, and we're here to help you do that. As we join the crew of the Good Freighter Deluxe. Here at a deep space facility, enjoying the fact that there's double skivs. Hold on. In a rather unassuming space lobby, and we see here a motley crew of four, and you've come aboard from the Deluxe to sign off on the final paperwork for the job that is sure to leave you knee deep in luxury coupons, and all it's left to do is, routine part of doing business with avarice, which is of course fly. So, I think that as we come here, I forget Voyage to Colossus. It's a very exciting one. Go for the slightly sleepier Journey to Colossus. Yeah, yeah. So as you guys pull up, the stars glinting out the window. Um, we see the party, and I would say, like, in general. Let's start this right to left. Wait, just kidding. No, I'm not. Pat,
Mhm.
talk to us about Set, perhaps the most fragrant member of your crew.
Yes. Set is set in her ways.
I was gonna do it if you weren't.
Yeah, I know. Somebody had to do it. Anyway, she is a Ronin Mirai, which means she was once a functioning member of a hive, and now she is no longer. So there was this whole kerfuffle with her queen choosing a brand new successor, and she didn't particularly like the direction her successor was taking things. She was going to colonize this little known planet called Warm Sea, and there were a whole bunch of human empire relics on the planet. And Set thought that that was maybe not a great idea on account of some of those human relics may or may not have been bioweapons designed very intentionally to destroy the Mirai.
Nonsense.
So, you know,
I'm sure that adventure happening tomorrow is going to go fine. Everyone in
I'm
Rome
sure.
is going to have a lovely time, and when they go to reclaim the ancient human bunkers, definitely not used to research any bioweapons, everyone's going to have a delightful evening.
She
Um,
got out while the getting was good, let's just
yeah.
say, and she's in it to win it
Yeah. So
now.
you fell into it with the crew, and now you're no longer part of the hive, but rather part of the free merchant crew.
The
Um,
new hive, as I
yes.
sometimes call it.
Yeah, and
But I look out for number one,
you're the
which
pilot.
is us, the hive, by which I mean me, the person who decides where my hive is.
Yes. And here we have Engineer Kivy, perhaps even Chief Engineer Kivy, Ash. Um, here played by our friend Luke. Luke, tell us a little bit about yourself. Not your.
Hello. What? Well, Ash Kiv isn't one for a hive. He's very much a loner. He spent many years now in the engineering. He started out as a boy engineer, then into an engineer, now chief engineer, and he hopes one day to become a retired engineer, sipping beers on the beaches around the galaxy. Um, the problem was he spent years running sort of smaller ships for less money, getting his hands dirty, learning the ways of the world in many ways. And it's only recently, as his hair's greying, he's losing it a bit. His jowls are sagging. He's looking down at his gut with a bit of disdain. He's realizing that He's not the young lad he once was. And he needs jobs that are easier, that pay well, that he can sit back with his feet up, drink a beer, and still make filthy money. And that's why he's jumped from a few ships to this one today.
And
Always hoping for one last job. That's all. That's what he wants. One more. Then he's out.
now then, Damon Dis, tell us about yourself.
Damon's always been a bit of a ragged individual, inherently suspicious and living by his wits, and he hasn't got a lot of them. So the living hasn't been good. He's always been a believer that if you're going to do something, it's important to hit something big just once, and then you can quit outright. And this opportunity came up with the possibility of just enough payoff that he could properly retire to a modest and wildly unhealthy lifestyle. He got lucky in that at some point there was an opening on the ship because one of the former crew had suddenly died of unexplained, at least to him, reasons. And they were literally desperate for somebody. And he was in the process of hiding under a table in a bar and stood up at the right moment and said, "Yes, I'm what you need," even though he probably wasn't. But he's made it on board the ship.
Collected nonetheless. Avarice has your paperwork in order, by which I mean had it ordered. Yeah, and Skibby, as rounded off here, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Skibbity Scree, or Skiv to their friends. Grew up on a Rast home ship in society, much like others, but was less about that profit-driven. The terminology just enough social spending, and more about the money for me. Let's spend and have a good time type of lifestyle. So they left that behind, and they've joined this this crew of what they'll refer to when they're alone as new home ship, but they will never say that in front of set.
Aww. Wait.
Because that's your thing, right? New
Hive.
New Hive.
My new hive.
Yeah. They've stolen your phrase, but they're not going to say it in front of you.
Well, see, new home ship and new hive have entirely different connotations.
For sure.
You left your home ship, your capitalist gambling capital of the world or whatever, and I left my hive. Really, really, really Unitarian communist sort of society.
And we're both here.
We're both here.
Forming
So
a
you
new
both
thing,
are you both centrists now?
Oh,
with,
no.
with a couple of humans.
Yeah, and a couple of
Bound
humans
to
who just
well.
want to win no matter what.
So,
Oh god, this is gonna be great.
yeah, it is. So, you would all be aware that for tax and legal purposes, Avarice is not the captain, sole owner, operator of the Freighter Deluxe, which is your massive, out the window, your ship is larger than this station. And the Deluxe is a greebled looking almost like screw. It flattens out a bit towards the back where it has lots of area to hang other vessels, and in its primary purpose, stations. It's a station tender and deployer. And it sort of needles out at the front towards the tip that you guys normally hang out in, which can, under duress, break off and act as its own spaceship, although with very limited impulse capability. And yeah, it is a massive flying skyscraper. Doesn't quite do it justice, but it's a big fucking ship. And you are all, technically speaking, free merchants under a common free merchant charter. And you four are aboard to, basically sign off on 3 listening posts, which are vital pieces of space infrastructure, because there's no faster than light messaging outside of putting a message in a bottle on a spaceship. One of the ways it gets worked around is you'll arc your course tearing through space by these listening posts, drop off messages with it, and pick up any messages that might be newly arrived at this listening post. That's the only way you get news while you're in space, basically. And this is a 2-year voyage, so you're expecting to spend some time there. You're dropping 3 new ones to expand the network and bring space further together and increase the rate at which information can be passed along the length of Trinity. You are also bringing 1 incubator module from the Earth Heritage Institute. They have assured you that all of the paperwork is in order, and you don't need to worry about that. However, you are here to, sign off on the usual. You are to not let loose the fact that Avarice actually runs the ship. Also, legally speaking, Avarice is what is known as a mother node. Meaning, in theory, Avarice is just an extension of the mother network that runs the more or less the commune. The commune of humanity, logistically done space logistics wise, is run by this AI. Can't be everywhere at once though, so it has these different instances in the nodes that are normally in ships. So you can't really let on the fact that your ship is actually run by Avarice. As Administrator Zage looks up and says, "Oh, you're the crew of the Deluxe. I see."
All right, who usually handles comms? I say without muting.
Kivy will definitely grumble and look sort of.
That's what I thought.
I don't talk well with betters than me. Just wanders away, barely giving a look.
Yeah, and Jays is like, "Oh, we're all equal here, friend. I just push buttons on a screen for a living." And says,
Don't we all?
Yeah, I'll just need to.
Forced laughter is written over my translator box.
Yeah, Jays, their name is on like a name tag. Looks at everybody up and down and says, "Oh, I see you're a free merchant crew. I see the 4 of you co-run the largest privately owned spaceship in the commune or anywhere. I'm quite certain.
Yes.
How delightful. 4 people. You're officially you're kind of low on the mandated minimum crew here. I see you have exemption D3210, and I'm actually seeing 6. I see 6 passengers, 5 crewmates listed. Were they not available or? Now, side note: the 5th member of your crew is a guy who's been in cryosleep for like 20 years. The inveterate slumberer, who after a broken heart requested that he just be put in cryosleep indefinitely, and for enough money, Avarice was willing to do that.
Oh, he's around.
Just taking a break right now.
He's off ship. He's off shift. Catching
shift.
a few Zeds.
We only normally call them in when there's like a tie in the decision making and they need to cast the 5th vote.
I see.
But I'm very amenable, so there's usually not a problem.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, I see you have a very egalitarian, radical, consensus-driven community, and
Yeah.
the Trinity thanks you for your service of helping bring the stars together and change them for the better. We're just gonna need to see here. I see you have something listed as an incubation module with the Earth Heritage Institute that you are dragging to your final destination. Seems to be a remote frontier world. That's interesting. Are any of you, I hate to bring this up, but ecologists or biologists in the event that anything happens with the module? I'm given to understand there's some biodiversity concerns. If there are any accidents mid-flight, would you be able to take care of that?
As I understand it, we've been given very strict instructions. It remains sealed at all times. You don't need to worry about biodiversity. We're not opening it for any reason.
Ah, well, that's I see.
I have basic veterinary training.
Well, that may come in handy, but assuming that it remains sealed, as it should, then I see the.
I mostly use it to fix the humans on my ship.
Now, we have 3 listening posts, and your chartered course, based on our prediction, should take you... And then Jay stops and looks at the screen for a moment and says, that's not right. That's interesting. Your mother node seems to have logged your flight into the Hammerhead Nebula. Now, I'm getting contradictory reports on the best predicted path, but I suppose your ship... Jay's is looking really confused.
Do we have any reason to be in the Hammerhead Nebula?
You can scoop heavy matter when you go through the nebula, which is worth a lot of money.
Okay, well, do we have any other reason to be there?
Do you think... Well, you're the pilot, right? Well, okay, here's the quick question. Would you have asked Avarice before you came on board, like, hey, what's the plan? Or would you have, like... Because Avarice was basically like, go convince the administrator to let us leave with the payload. I have arranged all of the finances. So, if you...
I don't think my character thought this one through. And I don't think she's accustomed to being the one to speak for the party, or rather, she probably gets stuck with this job a lot on account of being pilot and nobody else wanting to deal with bureaucracy.
The pilot's always the focus. It's like a band, you know. You're out there doing your thing, and everyone just their eyes turn to you.
And lead singer.
I hate my job.
Yeah.
It's for the hive. It's for the hive.
So,
yeah, no, I don't think she knows what she's about to say, but
if anybody wants to examine like the consider the bureaucratic intricacies of this encounter here, you could make me a systems test, or you could just wing it on whatever you want to tell them.
I'd be considered to. I'd like to do actually a systems. Could I also? Because I've got red tape as well.
That's a modifier of 2. Modifier of 2.
Yes. So I've got my systems, which is a 4, cognition 5. So that's 9 with 2 would be 11, right?
Mm-hmm. And if you just if you click the word systems and put a 2 in, it'll pop them all.
Perfect. Roll away.
So, Ash, you think about it, and unfortunately, it's not coming to you because on the other ships you were on, you actually had a regular mother node unit and it just started the course, and there was never any internal disagreements. You could, in this instance, reach, which is that you'd gain 1 edge, and then re-roll all of your missed dice.
Yeah, let's do that. So I'm like, oh man, that's right on the tip of my brain. I'm trying to work it out here. So I'll give myself an edge. You say?
Yep.
So
you'll pop to 1.
So my max is so I'm down to that. Then I can re-roll again. Fantastic. I'll get it. There we go.
Ooh, wait, you rolled 4 edge dice.
Oh, sorry. How much?
Shit.
Sorry. So I'll update on your sheet. It changes.
Oh, sorry. It should be 1, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Let's put it.
It's all good.
I went the wrong way. Roll it again.
You got a success.
Roll again.
Sure. I mean, we got a success either way, basically.
Success then.
Yeah.
It was meant to be.
And you don't get the level 1 shock, which you would have if you had 2 edge at the time. You see that? That symbol is entropy. That's not something you want to see on those dice.
No, that's
Ash, yeah, you're pretty sure that what's happening here is the mother consensus is avoiding a hazardous location because there's no reason to go into the nebula, and nebula mess with sensors in a way that can risk other space hazards. You won't see radiation or micrometeors coming as fast. And there are some malefactors that choose to hide in nebula for some purposes. And you know that your unit, Avarice, wants to go scoop heavy matter because you can refine it. There's literally a heavy matter refinery on your ship, and that's the FTL fuel of this universe. So, doesn't have to pay to expedite refueling and can sell excess. Avarice sees this as an absolute win, and you are actually going to shave 6 months off of your journey because of this. So, by all accounts, as long as you're willing to take what Avarice is considered to be a marginal risk, this is the right thing to do. Of course, Avarice would.
Crew expendable.
Yeah.
I've heard that many times in my career so far.
And Jays looks up and says, "Oh, you're the ship's engineer. Well, perhaps you have a better understanding of this than I do. I just have to sign off that this is, the crew consensus that you are going to follow the advice of your. This looks like a Node 2000 Node 1000 Liberty. Wow, that's a very original conversion you have there. Which, for reference, mother units are hack jobs of father units, which ran the human empire's space logistics. The Node 1000 Liberty was like you took a blowtorch to your evil computer to convince it that it was time to join the rebellion. On paper, that's what avarice is. So
Amazing.
Jay's basically looking at you to be like, give him like a red stamp, basically. Do you give him?
I'll turn to the other three. I'll say, mate, it makes sense. I'm sure we've all done slightly risky trips before. Cuts a bit of time
It's
off.
the quickest way, yeah.
Yeah, time is money, as they always say.
Or,
Faster is better.
coupons.
Yeah. Jay looks a little scared of that, but says, yes, well, that is certainly one of the quainter sayings of the frontier. They press the button and they say, well, we've got 3 crews ready to help lash together the trailer hitches, and I'm given to understand that you have a lot of drones on board that will be assisting with the process as well. So, you're free to go get settled in, and of course we have the food court, we have the Sparrows. If you'd like to, socialize, get something at the gift shop, it's probably going to be an hour, more like 3 hours. I don't know if any of you are presently tasked with helping connect them, but that and the incubator module will all be connected to your ship, and such will begin your voyage.
Thank you.
Yeah, you get a
Much
little
appreciated.
you get a little bloop on your slates or comm boxes, whichever you have. It basically functions like a modern cell phone plus. Basically telling you that you're lodged for departure in about 3 hours, and crews are moving to lash them. Do any of you think that you do the spacewalks to help, because basically you have multiple long spindle hitches that you're going to put 3 space stations and a module on behind your spaceship. It's going to be a lot of work connecting them in a precise way to ensure that when you turn it all, they don't clatter together and break and fuck up, right?
Right.
And so, do any of you see yourselves as like, I put the spacesuit on and I go out and I help, attach?
No, I very much see myself as sitting at a bar, looking out the viewport and watching other people do that work.
Excellent, excellent, Damon.
I will. Kivy will turn to this though, and say that if you go in there, we've spent a bit of time together in the past. I collect those key rings from different planets, different space stations and stuff. Can you grab me a couple of key rings from my collection? I'm going out there. I've got some skills. I'll either help or hinder.
If I see a key ring, it's yours.
Oh, you're a star. A good one though, not a cheap one. Yeah, a nice one. I've got standards.
I don't really know how to tell a good one from a bad one. I'm not the collector of the key ring.
No, follow your heart. Follow your heart.
Sure.
So yeah, Kivy will try and help. As one of the people will try and help, if that's okay.
Lee, are you talking? I feel like you're muted.
Oh shit, yeah. So if there's nothing else I can say in particular to the administrator, Skivvy will head down, gonna cross the docking arm that takes you out towards your ship, although you'll ultimately get out in your spacesuit. Set, Ash, and Damon. Yeah, there's a basically like a food court that has a bar. It's rather airport-like. There is, of course, a Sparrows, a storied and legendary confectionery of melted cheese variety, famed for their great worker uprising during the Human Empire that got them their place of pride. But there's also just like a place to drink, and if you want just like alcohol, you can use living expense coupons, which you have, and you don't really need to worry about the price of. You might actually care about the price of like the nice cocktails that have like the fruit and stuff. Then you're starting to spend money on them. And
Luxury credits.
so yeah, and here's a real important
riding.
question, Damon. Do you keep an eye out for keyrings?
Yes, I do.
Give me a scrutiny.
Ah,
I want to see how keen your eye is.
A scrutiny.
don't
Right.
let me down, my friend.
It's
I'm relying on you.
under cognition, the blue
Yeah.
one.
So this will add up the numbers without me putting anything in modifiers. Is that right?
Yep.
Excellent stuff.
So now, the real question is how important note. Drinking alcohol reduces your edge by 1. I don't know if it's going to impact. Do you think that you'd like really reach here to keep a keener eye, or when you look around and you see like a keyring of no quite great distinction, but it seems to be one, will you just like get that and call it?
I would pick up the very first keyring I find.
Boom, done. Yep, checked off. Yeah, you you've got a single keyring. Its price is quite negligible. So Set, Ash, and Damon hit the bar, correct?
Yes.
Why
certainly,
not?
certainly for me. Yep.
All right, Divvy, you are dancing around in space. There's like a dozen other people out here. You are passionate to the comms. Moving starboard spoke on 3, 2, and Avarice is occasionally sending you messages like, ensure they don't scuff the paint. And you're having to mostly maneuver around. The jobs you're doing when you get to certain joints don't matter that much. Or rather, they're not that hard for you to do. But there's a question of how agile and adroit you are in 0G. Would you care, Skivvy, to give me a maneuver test?
Do you mean Ash? Who's going out to do the lash?
Wait, hold
It's a
on.
lash.
Hold on. I screwed up, didn't I?
Oh, we've got the Kibby and Skibby already.
Ash,
I knew that'd
Ash
be a
is
problem.
totally going on the lash. We're in the bar on the lash, which is something different in this country.
Okay, wait, so Kivy is out in a spacesuit and Skivvy is in the
It's
bar.
on the lash.
Yeah.
For sure.
Forgive me.
Sorry, I might have messed that up.
So Kivy is Ash and Skivvy's on the lash. Okay, good. I'm glad we got.
Yeah. And you're
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
the
yeah.
lashing. Yeah.
I'm doing the lashing while you're on the lash.
Oh, well,
Okay.
what am I doing then?
Amazing. So, yeah.
You're on the Merlot, I heard.
So out
Apparently.
out in 0G, give me a maneuver just to see how how well you're moving around.
Oh, maneuver's a bad choice. I'm not very good in maneuvering. Purple. Oh, I got lucky.
You successfully get to the base, and
Oh.
Avarice says, "Ah, yes, I see they have assigned you to the outside. Friend close the central spokes, and I will have you handle all of the fine tuning. I would rather not have anybody else look at my modification." And everybody else dances around in space, while Ash, give me a mechanics, if you will.
I see that I'm out there with all the other people that people like to keep on the outside. Mechanics. No. Let's go.
Holy shit! Yeah. Okay. So.
Oh, I've done well.
You've tuned. You've tuned.
Oh, I've done the wrong button as well.
Ah.
Oh, the first. It made it anyway. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, sorry. It would have achieved anyway. It's taken me a moment to get to grips with it. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah. So when you get one success in change stars, you have succeeded, as long as you're not contested or something, right?
Yeah.
Every
Yes.
other one of those symbols you see is a 6 on a D6 side, right? On D6 dice,
Mhm.
and it represents an extra bit of success you've done called a twist. You can only spend them on getting extra goodness out of your successes, right? 3 of them can be bundled together to create a super twist, meaning that you would automatically gain an automatic 1 success the next time you try and do this same job. And you do it just like as well as can be functionally imagined. You could spend that extra twist to do it like extra fast.
Got you.
So
Wow.
basically, what you are doing is you are adjusting outside of ops and EVA. There is basically a massive shower head-like contraption of windowing portculli and like almost camera lenses, and they can be reconfigured multiple ways to create the ideal strengthening grip. You do so because you know where it was last, and almost like like an expert dialer of a rotary phone, you just like cram your multi in there, pop once, and it is right into position.
Success. Never in doubt.
Yeah, so you guys see Ash out there does a more alacritous leap than you normally see Ash do, and then gets right in to the working, which, while very impressive to all the other mechanics, were like, wow, you really know how to handle that. You guys, it looks like somebody's futzing with the back of your ship.
I like to
Small
imagine that we're
distance.
literally just like cracking beers open and looking through the fucking window of this bar and being like, oh, he missed the bolt there. What a loser.
Yeah,
Just sitting there giving a sort of a gentle round of slightly sarcastic applause, holding up a thing with a number 4 on it.
of course.
Skivvy's definitely sat there like sipping away. He turns to the other two and just says, "What I want to know is what keys has an engineer got to put on a key ring?"
It's best not to ask that kind of question.
I don't even have a key, and I'm the pilot.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I lose my attention a little bit while I'm peering in, trying to see if he does indeed have a key ring.
Oh my gosh, you're trying to. Okay,
Scrutiny.
Oh yeah, you're trying to. Yeah, give me a scrutiny. Give me a scrutiny from out there.
Oh, okay. So I hit scrutiny.
I'm sure he's
All
just
right.
got a carabiner full of keychains.
Yeah, Damon, I'm assuming you're not like brandishing it, but like maybe it's like on the table or something as you're having a drink, or like loosely in a pocket. Ash does manage to spy. There is a keyring. You can't tell anything about it, but there's a keyring.
He gets quite excited, and my effort is redoubled.
Yeah, you're like, ooh.
Ah.
You guys have a fine drink. And in the process, you see a few other spacers coming and going. Do you care very much about the other people here, or are you just more here to look at your ship, have one more drink in a bar before you head out?
I mean, given the plan as to when we depart in just a few hours, I'm going to keep an eye open for anything genuinely interesting. But if it's just people coming and going, I'm not going to worry too much.
Yeah.
Same said here.
Yeah.
Skivvy would definitely be trying to get like just a general feel for the room.
Okay.
What the place or what the people are like, I guess.
All of you make an insight, although not all of you are going for the same thing.
Okie dokie.
Insight is one of my better skills.
Mm.
Oh, Jesus. I can't believe I got a success there.
So, Skivvy.
Skivity.
So, okay, so Skivvy, you're going for a general read, right?
Yeah, just a general atmosphere.
All right,
feel.
so you have 2 twists. I'll say this: you could do it more covertly, so it's less rude. You're not like you're staring at people, and you could garner extra information. Those would be 2 relevant twists if you'd like.
Cool. Could I do it whilst looking extra cool and getting it?
Yes. You could spend one of those twists looking very cool.
Awesome. I will do that.
All right. So are you gonna not get extra information, or are you gonna not do it covertly?
I won't do it covertly.
Yeah. You're just like, hey, okay. So give you get a general sense that people here are pretty well off. They're enjoying themselves. The Trinity has made good. This is the near frontier where a lot of historical problems have in the last 50 years been solved. Living memory enough that people understand that like the bad times are over and the better times are coming. And generally speaking, people seem fine. A few people look like they maybe have, I don't know, they're doing some kind of work that's getting them extra luxury coupons. Um, and Set, were you also going? Were you going for someone interesting, or were you going for a broad look, Set?
I wanted to see if there was anybody interesting.
Damon and Set note that there is one person in the corner, sort of like shaking their leg, like plate propped up on the table, trying to look like they're not really paying attention to anything, but they're definitely paying attention to everything. Not only that, but the way their eyes flit between their slate and the rest of the room, something too quick about it. You rarely see them blink, and when they do, it's like a rapid shutter.
What's tell me more about them? Maybe like, species.
They are
clothing,
they are a human. She appears to be a human woman.
Haircut. Okay.
With she's got like a hoodie on, and she's basically like incognito. Nothing particularly standing out about her outfit. She's got a spacesuit on under it. And yeah, Pat or Ben could, if they so desire, to reach to try and get the extra information twist, but that's about what you get just off top. You know it. Oh, Sock Fiddler, thank you, Lee. It's about what you take in. And Damon, I'll say this. You've spent enough time with unscrupulous individuals to get the sense that that individual is probably not just here enjoying the sight.
I might even nudge your elbow Dis and say, she's looking around mighty quickly.
Yeah. Can I take a reach on this?
By all means, by all means. So you'll put your edge to 1, and then you'll roll it just like you did, and it'll automatically add in that 1 edge dice.
This is insight again, yeah?
Yeah. You get the extra information. Yeah. So, Damon, you're a man who's been about the frontier, right? I presume. You tell that what you are seeing that's a little wrong is something known as iris refixation, which is basically a way for organic brains to be caught up to their ocular implants. You think that that is a cyber eye. And furthermore, you think that... So Damon knows that Prime in space is a little tricky. It takes you... To get to one of the near inhabited systems, you'll often travel half a year. How the fuck do you time that? The answer is often because information has been sold and moved in advance. You don't know that that's what she's doing, but it awfully feels like she is taking in everything, collecting it, and she is probably going to sell it. The Trinity doesn't have a whole lot of surveillance state going on, and cyborgs are not very common. Even less so in the services, like Trinity Fleet Intelligence or the Marshals. So it is highly unlikely that this person is of any legitimate persuasion.
Then I have a couple of questions for you, if I may. First of all, how secure are things like our flight plans? Would she be able to get access to those?
It would be
Are they
tricky.
public?
So they're not... Okay, so here's the tricky thing about that. The precise plan you're going to take isn't public information.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that, like, the plan in terms of laying those listening posts, which are presently strapped to the back of your ship.
Yep, very visible.
That plan, people know where they're going. They don't know, like, what serial number is going where, but you can publicly look up a Doppler map and it's like, here is the Trinity's 10-year plan for the deployment of listening posts in the, like, Coreward frontier, right? So it wouldn't take too much analysis to figure out or to take a good guess on where you're taking your 3. Several are departing from here, but somebody who did a little bit of extra legwork and maybe intercepted some messages, because very encrypted messages go between Avarice and the mother network, because Avarice is treated just like a mother node. It's really hard to hack that. But secondary information could be used to infer locations you will travel to.
Yeah, traffic analysis rather than actual data necessarily. So the other thing I was going to ask is, have I seen this person before on the station? Have they been following us already, or are they just sort of...
You definitely haven't seen this person on the station before. In fact, you've probably never seen them. You guys, this isn't a station that you'd like frequented or anything. This is a place that you're pulling in. You've been here for like a week or so getting your space legs out, right? But you haven't seen them the whole time. That doesn't mean that you necessarily didn't like. They are out here scouting.
Yeah.
Right. They're definitely scouting. No indication that they are scouting you in particular, but they're with that cyber eye. They're taking in everything, and they're probably putting it out to anybody who cares to buy the information.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. I'm going to very quietly mention what I've spotted to Set, if I can.
Yeah, by all means. If you keep it as like a casual, like you're drinking and talking, blah, blah, and they're all the way across the room. You're fairly certain that you intentionally obfuscate your mouth because it could lip read. But you communicate. You whisper to Set. You can whisper to Skivvy too.
I'll do that as well.
Mm. Yeah, I think the room fills with a an awareness pheromone coupled with a dampening pheromone because she's trying to be discreet, but it more or less comes off through my translator as parentheses continued. Make a fine point there. Good observation.
Oh.
Not sure what we can do about that, though. It seems she's got her eyes on us and our cargo. Fortunately, we're not going the way anybody suspects we are.
That's right. And, truthfully, we're not going to be able to go over there and kick her to death and, just walk out of here free from that.
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. And if it had, I'd have already considered that not to be a viable option. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't even go over there and talk to them without giving them more information, right?
I think that's true.
As long as they see us.
Although it could make her feel awkward about the whole affair.
We could give her conscience a little nudge.
Or, just make it really, really awkward.
Thank you for the sub, Sock Fiddler. By all means, you could. You guys discuss possibilities. I'm gonna say that, no, you noticed this early into your drinking. I'm gonna say, so you've had this conversation, you've noted it. You guys think you're gonna act on it? Because what it looks like is your buddy Ash is gonna finish up work fast and probably be in for the last round or so.
Yes.
Go talk to her. Go talk to her.
So do you think you would have done anything before Ash comes in for the last round?
No, I think I'd be paralyzed with indecision about what to do about being spied on, to be honest.
Damon's like, oh.
I now feel all self-conscious.
I pat you on the back and say, there's no such thing as spying back home. Yeah. Everybody's always watching you. It doesn't mean anything.
Easy. Skivvy.
So what you mean is there's nothing but spying back home?
Well, I suppose that's one way to put it, but that's a really human-centric concept.
A popular Skibadopian bop comes on the airport music, and Ash, after quite a bit of work, you do manage to come in. You see Damon, Set, Skivvy, And Damon does have a keyring. And you guys are all basically gathered around a table. This is last call. Last time you were able to drink in like a bar for what is technically the next 2 years. Although to you it will feel like a few months.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is great. Us all together. They're playing my bop. The one, Damon, when I first met you, the same song. Do you remember?
Oh, this is your song.
I don't really have a strong memory for music. However, I did remember a keyring, and I sort of carefully slide it over the table, and say, "I rejected the first 6 or 7 that I saw, but this one felt right to me."
You're so thoughtful. You know, I'm going to cherish this with the others. Really helpful to have. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. I'll tell you what. I'll get one more round for the road. How about that?
Oh, that sounds brilliant.
You're a champ.
Yeah.
Did you see me out there? I was doing my best. Did you see?
We saw. Yeah. No, you really showed those other mechanics what for.
There was a moment there, but I played it cool. No one guessed when I made a mistake. Okay.
I didn't even notice.
Absolutely no one noticed.
Well then, I'll
Looked
go
like
get
you
the
were
drink.
showing them how to do their job.
Certainly was.
Yeah, so you head out, you grab a row of rather iridescent looking drinks, and have a nice one. Assuming you consume at least quote unquote 1 unit of alcohol, Ash, you can go down to 0 edge. You can go down by 1 edge. You won't perhaps have like you'll have the reflexes of a drunk man, shall we say, but you can cool off edge in that fashion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've just got a nice little buzz on, nice little chill.
Yeah. And with that all said and done, you guys are basically you get the ping, and Avarice says all preparations are made. Money is waiting. I'm sorry, our link spot isn't working.
I got you, Lee. I'm already on it. Whoop. Sorry.
So should we push this person, or are we done? Should we just go?
Look, if none of you are gonna do it, I'm gonna go say hi at least. Get a name to a face, if for no other reason. I mean, I'm a normal, totally approachable person, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
I can manage this.
everyone makes friends with you.
Forced laughter.
And so you want
All right.
So Set is going to make a pass up on this person. The rest of you headed for the ship? Are you going to linger and see what goes down?
I'm going to linger because I'm a little bit behind them, so I like to think I've still got a couple of mouthfuls of my drink, which I'll purposefully delay to keep an eye on Set.
Nice. All right.
I'm going to
definitely.
purchase a drink from the main bar area, so that I can hand it to this person.
All right.
Bottom of the barrel swine or swill. Nothing fancy.
Yeah.
Not trying to make an impression.
Yeah, and you definitely do. You come up with some alcohol, and their eye stops and rests on you really fast.
And I move over towards their table. They're sitting alone, right?
Yeah, they're sitting alone. You see that they've got kind of like a rucksack next to them. They've got the hoodie on. They've got the Trinity Standard spacesuit underneath. They've got their slate propped up on the table. As you come towards them, they swipe something on their slate and then lay it flat, darkened on the table. And they offer you a thin smile as it becomes clear that your vector is inevitably to stand before them.
I pass them the drink, and I kind of look at them with my big beady bug eyes, and I say, "Hey, doesn't look like anybody came to sit with you the whole time I was watching my ship get repaired. How are you doing? Waiting for someone? Just chilling?"
And
She's totally normal.
yeah, so she offers a thin smile at you and says, "I'm traveling alone."
Passenger or pilot?
Passenger.
Are you looking for a shipment out of here?
No, I have everything quite arranged.
Wow, I can see that.
All right, so how?
What were you looking at on your phone there? Must have been entertaining.
He says, "Oh, just some messages."
I see. You know, the drift between stations, you know, the year-long lags can really drag down the messages between ports. Hope you don't have anybody waiting for you on the other side, otherwise I'm sure they'd be waiting for quite some time.
All right, so do you want to make a communicate here to like make this like, because obviously like you're making illusions here. This person is picking up. Are you trying to like intimidate them? Are you trying to convey like I have you, like, or are you just saying that shit and dipping?
She's kind of not sure what she's doing here, except for trying to get a feel for this person and whether they care about our shipment or not.
Anybody who wants to, who is watching this exchange,
She
could make
really
an
sucks.
insight with a modifier of 1. Just put 1 in the box when it asks for them. You care to? He doesn't really say anything in response to that, other than saying, "Well, probably get going then." All right.
I will totally be checking this out as well.
All right. Yeah.
How insightful, Skip.
Yeah. That's basically yeah, so Ash and Skivvy both get the idea that this person probably realizes she's been had and is trying to keep it calm. And yeah, Set, she doesn't really say anything other than you should probably be going then when you talk about
I
your
probably
ship.
should. Yeah, but you know, if we're ever in the area again, feel free to hit us up if you need passage off world in a discreet and quick fashion.
I'll be sure to keep you in mind.
The translator says wink.
Yeah, so you wanna roll out, right?
Yeah.
All right, you guys
Give her my
find
card.
yourself aboard the Deluxe. Pardon my very crude drawing here.
It's so beautiful.
Here is the bridge of the Deluxe. And there is, of course, the gun locker, which also has the all-important cooler with your 6 packs of Pontiff's Red, and gun rack, and yeah, Avarice says it's time to depart. Once we have finished all procedures and cleared the first skip, organics will enter the cryo chambers, and this is more or less what the bridge looks like. The command throne has kind of been like brought off to one side, right? And there's like a couch next to it, and it's just a nice place to chill. And the chairs
now
of
that
all
we're on our own,
Yep.
I'm gonna just quietly ask Set what kind of vibe our stalker was giving off.
Oh yeah, no, she's totally feeling guilty. She was totally spying on us. Don't know what else needs to be said. I mean, she was absolutely keeping an eye on us, and she's definitely transmitted our info somewhere. So
The PA comes on, and Avarice says, "What, Stalker? What do you mean our information has been transferred?"
well, Avarice, hi, Your Majesty.
Don't worry, boss.
I am somehow more worried. I take it that you have noticed some interloper who was attempting to garner information.
Right, but like, boss, they don't know where we're headed, which is totally not the normal pathway that the mother network would set. So it's like,
I will take the additional precautions necessary for such a noble unknown, then. And you hear as lots of these screens basically like seem to type themselves. Little glyphs
I feel like
and
I
numbers
just
and
made a
coordinates
big
popping up.
mistake.
Yeah. It is. It's time for your customary. Basically, you guys are actually going to be on the bridge and do some work, which is to say, help bring the ship out. Anybody who wants to give a scrutiny or systems, and multiple people can do this, can help make sure that everything is in alignment as you get the exact right point for your first skip space tear as you guys pull out.
I'd certainly like to try a scrutiny, yeah.
Sorrow, you're gonna have to make a maneuver, an operation test. Assuming all power is put towards it, it'll be a modifier 0. And Ash, if you want to help push the capacity of the engines, the devices, you could make me a mechanics.
Yes, please. Okie dokie. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right. So I know this like the back of my hand. So I'm gonna know this ship like the back of my hand. I'm gonna swing it with a plus. What is it? 2 or 1? Let me see. Okay.
Is it 10,000 hours?
10,000 hours. Yes.
You get a
It's
modifier
plus
of
2.
2. Yeah. So Ash.
Oh,
Okay. So. Yeah, and you get an extra 2 successes there from Ash. Damon. You line up the trajectory on the hollow screen, and you more or less click it off. It helps guide everybody in as Ash juices the engines. Are you chilling?
Yeah, definitely on the
throne.
On the
sofa.
Yeah, on the sofa.
You're comfy over there, Skiv. You're comfy.
I am. Yeah. You guys are doing a great job there.
I'm pulling things with one hand. Do you want me to get something with my other hand for you? A drink?
A pontiff. Too early.
Yeah.
You save them for later. We've got 2 years, right?
I've only got 6. Got to make them last.
So, yeah, you guys come up, and there is a massive distortion in space in front of you as your faster than light travel drive rips a wormhole, and you slide through.
Never get tired of that.
After a few minutes, your ship has finally moved all the way through it on impulse, and it ripples behind you. Radiation levels acceptable. Passenger satiated. Situation nominal. Preparing new route. Calculating. Good. We should avoid anybody who has second-guessed our original plans. I will awaken you when we are traveling into the nebula. Until then, rest well. And you hear the push of a lot of the automatic devices that have over the years been installed across this massive spaceship. Normally, this spaceship required this ship had like a 100-person crew originally. With Avarice's modifications, 4 does fine. And you think it's probably going to more or less fly itself. The cryo procedures are basically you don't want to be drunk when you go into cryo. You probably want to sober up a little, and then you'll pass in, enjoying the inveterate sleeper for a long while. Is there anything else? And Kelly, that is a lot of this has been the Change Stars album done by our friend Cole. Check it out on Bandcamp. But yeah, is there anything in particular you guys would want to do? You jump out to literally deep space. There is no astronomical body anywhere near you. It is your spaceship. and the stuff behind you.
Is anybody at all a little bit worried that Avarice mentioned making changes to our initial plans?
Yes, I was going to ask for a
Yeah.
little bit of information before we went to sleep on what this new route is.
And Avarice says simply, "We will cut through the nebula early, thereby throwing them off of our path after we have dropped only one of the listening posts. We will still drop all listening posts, and we will only lose 1 month off of the voyage, or gain 1 month on the voyage."
Avarice, is there any increased risk to this new path?
I don't see why we would face any additional risks. Calculating. No. It is equally risky to enter the nebula at this point in our voyage.
Oh, well, equally risky, then I'm happy.
Yeah.
You guys?
Yeah, equally risky sounds lovely, I'm sure.
That's
Right.
Avarice for you.
Yeah, well, it's whatever risk we signed up for in the first place.
No, this
I
extra
suppose.
month means I'm going to be stuck here for my birthday.
Well, your birthday is relative.
Well, I would expect you to say such a thing.
I only lived to 60. You got it good. And that's if I'm lucky.
I'm not going to outdo you by much the way I've been drinking the last few years.
I also drink.
A race to the bottom, then.
Consider cryo will extend your shelf life.
Wonderful way to put it, Avarice. Thank you.
Sure, and we're well on to making sure our livers are pickled, so I think we're doing all right.
I have 2, fortunately.
I will
there
have
you go.
I will have to make room in the storage unit. The wine cellar is ever expanding. Worth noting, there is a wine cellar somewhere in the storage unit. Avarice has not told you where it is for the obvious reasons, and Avarice can't drink being an AI enshrined in a gold-plated room. So you're not sure why there is a wine cellar on the Deluxe. But it's
Well, I think we found out what we're going to spend the rest of the session doing.
Maybe I've got my memo.
It suddenly makes a lot more sense why we've only got a 6-pack of context, to be fair.
The road to El Dorado. Or, the wine cellar.
Yeah. Do you guys do anything in particular before you wind down? And oh, by the way, let me physically represent them here. You've got your payday trailing behind you. You're carrying. It's worth noting, like tens of thousands of metric tons of like food and medicine and other and like technological goods and like programmable circuit boards in the massive hold space and exterior hold space that you have that like has like a shutter that goes out around it, but it's still in the void as you travel. But the 4 big paydays are the incubator module and the 3 listening posts out back, represented by these little doodads.
Yep.
And this is, of course, the suite of your venerable guest, Jehawak Zyrth Kothbin Keith. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Zerob Yinth.
Yeah.
The clap is part of the name, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, you guys are basically good to go. This blue line represents basically an internal tram system because hiking all the way over there, you'd be walking for kilometers. So, yeah. Is there anything else in particular you would do before you wind this door right here? I should probably open it because it would be open at this juncture. Takes you into the cryo room. That is for there's like other cryo beds on the ship, but this is the bridge crew cryo to like thaw you out and put you right into the action if they need to. Anything else in particular you would do before hopping in?
If we've got a few minutes to sober up before jump in, I'd just say to everyone else, do you want to spend a few more minutes trying to find out where the wine cellar is?
Yeah.
Whilst we sober up.
Yeah.
Well, we have to make sure that we do it. Oh man, my head. Oof. Okay. We have to make sure that we do it on systems that aren't connected to Avarice, because my head. Somebody else should be the calls.
Avarice says, "Be advised, I have microphones on the bridge."
Forget every time I forget.
You fall for it, man. Like, this is why I've been learning sign language for all those years. Badly, but trying.
I wonder if I just turned off my translator, if that would help me communicate with you without Avarice hearing. You start to smell things, you don't know what they mean.
Yeah.
Translator pops on. Did you get that?
Oh,
Again,
yeah,
sort
but
of like traffic analysis, there's a barrage of smells. We're thinking, quite agitated, no idea what was said.
But where are we going to get 3 jugglers now?
Different dialect, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Avarice, do we have 3
That's why I was
jugglers on
confused.
board?
And it says, "The number of drones with juggling capable ambulatronics is 7. But if you're counting active units, 1.
Interesting.
It is unfortunately fully committed to pulling levers in the lower berths."
Oh. Priorities, Avarice.
Indeed. You can
What
only
are they pulling
automate
levers?
so many lever switches.
What levers?
Subsection CD901's primary coolant valve requires a delicate touch, and no matter how many new circuit boards I install, the automated systems have never regained their original functionality. I believe the damage was done during my ascension into a being of greater thought.
It's not going to question any further.
Yeah, there is a drone with arms somewhere on the spaceship that just pulls some levers, because apparently that's what has to be done to make the coolant flow efficiently in that part of the ship.
That's how I spent the first 10 years of my career.
Yeah.
Paying your dues.
I got pay your dues, exactly.
Keeping you in
All
the
those levers.
work. So
In
basically,
the
guys,
Hive, we have drones for that.
do you go?
Biological ones.
Do you go on the journey to search for the mythical wine cellar at this time with Avarice freshly sussed, or are you gonna try it the next time you emerge?
I think we let that cool for a couple years.
Wine gets better with age anyway.
I mean, it's not my main priority at the moment. So I figure a sort of quick stretch of the legs around the bridge area, make sure I'm familiar with where everything is, and just refresh my memory of everything and all the controls and consoles, while I sober up enough to have a comfortable sleep.
You check out the bridge. It's all more or less as it should be, as you've always known it. That is to say, it's rather converted from the high human empire style. You know that there used to be 2 extra decks that could look down into this here. Avarice installed a floor on it and added just extra living space up there because he found it helps with the morale. There's a pool table, there's a kitchenette, and
We have a kitchenette.
yeah, and overall it's just been downsized because Avarice doesn't need as many crew members on the bridge these days. And yeah, you take a walk around, you stretch your legs, and it is finally time to join your friend the inveterate sleeper, who stays iced over in the bridge, in the bridge cryo.
Oh, bless him.
As you prepare for your emergence, you guys are in your suits. It is a very cold sensation as you hook your arms and legs into the pods, and after some time, they, the thawing though is always a surprisingly gentle thing, as the sensation of frost burn cuts out, and you just sort of drift. You drift, and you dream. A dark dream, in the void between the stars. Time passes. Radiation from the FTL drive cools off. And then another jump. And another. A rip and a rip. Hello, $1 million rail. Yeah, in your dreams, perhaps a month in, $1 million rail. $1 million Raleigh comes in and says, hi. You don't know what it means.
Breaks into our dreams. Someone goes, hi.
By the way, there was a dangerous to go alone for me, quote unquote, for something quote unquote silly to happen at some point. So
Oh, okay. Well, don't worry. You're about to find a lot of that. But you'll discover some stuff. You guys emerge to the like a somewhat like gut sickening feeling of like saline in fluid and ice withdrawing as you guys thaw out with a punch onto like just yourselves and all around the internals of the pods. You awaken. Everyone but the inveterate sleeper awakens, and you find yourselves just blinking, wet, cold, confused, and the usual rising in your stomachs come to meet you.
a little bit of like orange goop pools at the mandibles of my character's mouth, and she's like kind of sucking it back in, but like there's a little bubbling goopy orangeness coming out, and she keeps sucking it back in. Have you ever looked at an insect, right? Like got that like orangey brownish goop coming out of their mouth? That's what's happening right here.
Okay.
It's not pleasant, but maybe better than the white vomit you are all spilling.
Damon's kind of sitting on the edge of the pod, hunched over, sort of looking at the floor and waiting for it to stop rotating.
Oh man, I'm sure I only had 2 drinks of that bar. This is horrific.
I don't feel great. But fortunately, I can say all that without actually opening my mouth. So you hear, I don't feel great while I'm holding back vomit.
Have you turned on your smelling again? Something's not right in here. Oh dear. You really need a fry up.
I can't smell anything. Is that is that usual?
I smell everything.
Oh no.
Hello, I hope you have enjoyed your rest. It has been approximately 5.45 months. We have completed the first drop, and you do note, or you probably don't note yet, but one of your listening posts has been deployed and says, "We are in the nebula. All maneuvers will require special attentions. Once you are rested, once you are refreshed, have a bit of a shower and something to eat, we will discuss on the bridge necessary tasks. Unfortunately, it seems deferred maintenance has come due in the intervening periods."
Oh, the words
What was
I didn't
in
want to
that
hear.
crowd pot?
Okay, I don't know what it was we drank before we went into the pods, but I'm now hearing disembodied voices. Anyone else getting that?
Yes, I am. I am. Side note: I am not disembodied. I am embodied in the AI core chamber.
We're actually living in her body. It's kind of normal to me, but I guess you probably wouldn't understand.
No, there are many things I don't understand. Okay, we've got some instructions. Gonna pick myself up, and stagger into the bridge proper.
Right, I should do the same.
Dagger in the rubber tiles, cushioning your feet as you try and keep yourself right.
I must have a crick in a muscle here and there to stretch out as well, and I'm just going to sort of cast an eye around the bridge, find out if there's anything that's sort of flashing red as opposed to green.
Yeah, there's no. I would say there's no immediate problems, but you could roll me a systems. You want to take a close look at some of the computer.
Why are the walls so square? Where are all the hexagons? Oh, it's too early in the morning.
Roll of systems. This may end poorly.
Yeah,
terrible.
Damon, you would note that The automated system's readout punches to a couple of screens due to how it's been done, which is to say there was a functional limit, but there are just several instances of the original functionality running, and the computer doesn't realize that, but Avarice does, so it's fine. And on several of these readouts, you can see that the ship is only running at 72% internal automation at this time. Normally that number is closer to 85. You know that not every piece of machinery that is used to automate crew presence is needed all of the time. But that number is lower than usual, definitely.
Okay. Right, I shall find some form of cunning chair device and slouch into it while waiting for the others to join me.
Well, one of these is mine, one's yours, I
You
suppose.
slouch into a comfy chair. Ash and I can still stand Ewan. We can always stand Ewan. Ash and Skivvy. Skivvy and Skivvy in
Give in, Skivvy.
Skivvy and Skivvy in the skivvies. Popping out in the spacesuit. Feeling cold, feeling free, feeling tummy wummies. What are you two doing?
I'll hold out a fist for a fist bump if you'd offer me one, Skiv. Come on, we got through this first one.
And that's a long old way. I can't even figure out which way I'm going. This is that way, right? It's like the opposite way.
Oh yeah, it's the opposite way. That way, yes.
Skivvies definitely they're gonna take like 5 minutes and like tend to their fur, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out a little bit and make sure
you
that
man it
they're,
down. You look at.
Yeah, like
They handle
together.
their affairs. They get it all in line. They get it fluffed. And I think that's more or less your situation. Well groomed. There's showers you guys can pop into and off real quick. You're feeling yourself pretty put together as you guys emerge into the bridge. After a moment, Avarice says, "You can begin the briefing when you are prepared. We will need to await some time for the reactor to be ready for the next jump anyway. So, no rush. Although, there have been..." And then Avarice sort of trails off and says, "No rush."
Complications? I finish.
There has been a loss of efficiency since we entered the nebula. We are presently approaching a large exoplanet within the general vicinity of an exoplanet within the nebula. It is near a serious concentration of heavy matter. I intend to scoop it quite efficiently.
Okay, then following Royal Navy tradition, it's time to have a shower.
Indeed.
All right.
So you guys, you pop in the shower tubes. There is a sanitation tube you basically pull off of the wall and put high on the water, and it's a nice, warm, cleansing feeling that is very abrasive upon you and yet soothing.
So the Mirai are famous for their cleanliness and hygiene. But to be clear, my character is no longer a member of the Mirai Council of Queen's State. She's fine. She's good.
A shower and 2 fingers of rum, of course.
She's even wearing a shirt like humans do. It's funny. She finds it amusing.
You look so good wearing the shirt. Huh?
Or
Maybe
possibly
I'll-
mocking us. I can't decide which it is.
Oh, I like it.
It's a statement.
It's a statement shirt. I'm with you.
I don't need a shower. I think I'm smelling pretty good.
I've literally just finished up sorting myself out.
Okay, well, if nothing, interrupts the shower and I can settle back down into my seat with a basic change of clothing and a bit of relaxation,
Yeah.
I'll get myself just a little bit of a cup of water or something to set into the cup holder beside my my station, which everyone insists is some important piece of technology, but I use it as a cup holder, and I shall wait until everyone's assembled. Just minding my own business and daydreaming about whatever I was dreaming about in hypersleep, really.
Money.
Classic human.
After a moment, you are all assembled, and the AI, Avarice, says, "Excellent. I see we are prepared. Now then, in the in subsection B, we have had some issues with the efficiency of our secondary mixers." And you see there's like a hologram that pops up, and you see like an outline of the whole engine system.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is a massive spaceship. It does not turn swiftly. Ideally, it turns very rarely and very deliberately, right? Because it then has to catch itself and correct itself and keep going. There's lots of gyroscopes and other things shown on this such that you can get the absolute best spin possible, and Avarice is greatly invested in finer tuned equipment than this originally had. Because, you know, burning that much, like, it's hydrogen fuel, but burning that much is still expensive. If you're, you know, really on the nitty gritty. So you're scooping some gases, you're going to scoop some heavy matter, and Avarice basically says, there has been an issue with the area here. And you see doop, 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 boop. And there's basically just like a small cross-section of hallway like you might find anywhere on the spaceship. And in one of the chambers, there is a major structure, which is involved in basically administering the final like fuel-oxygen mix before it gets pumped out.
Right.
And there's a weird like blip on the radar. Anybody who wants to give me Avarice basically says there is an uncatalogued error with the device. And then trails off and says, I dispatched a drone to investigate it, but a pipe fell on its head.
Wasn't the one that could juggle, was it? That'd be a loss.
Negative. It was one of the walking ones. One of the little chandeliers.
Okay, that's right.
And yeah, this is kind of odd because, like, you know, it's not that the ship isn't old, but normally the pipes don't just fall off the walls. And if anybody wanted to give me a systems to analyze the information, they could absolutely do that.
Well, that feels like something I need to do.
But we do have an engineer.
Yes, let me roll.
Yeah, so you pull it all up. You want to gain extra information, or do you want to do this faster?
Let's go fast to start with. I've rolled, so I'll be honest with what I was going to do. Let's go fast to start with.
You scan, you zoom in, you're like, yeah, you really quickly come to a pretty simple conclusion. You think that there's rust there, but the material shouldn't have rusted. There is, like, on some level in the alloys, iron, but that's not how it should have shook out at all. It also gives you the vague impression, due to life support levels being slightly off, in a way Avarice doesn't really give a shit about, because Avarice doesn't breathe. It almost looks like something very small is using a tiny amount of oxygen in that part of the ship.
Right. Sorry, just a quick reminder. We've had more than one different thing that we're supposed to check out, right? That bit where the rust or corrosion or whatever it was happening, that's not the part where the oxygen and fuel is mixed together.
That is. It's like... It's basically... It's in the same area of the ship. Like,
okay.
They're like right next to each other, basically. And Avarice has basically labeled this as like an anomalous zone and basically wants you to go check out what the fuck is happening, because Avarice can normally account for when something has gone wrong and then fix it, but this just isn't fitting into the models. So
okay. I mean, with no idea what it is, but some understanding of a bit of medicine, I'm going to mention that if there's any pure oxygen near something like that, it can accelerate rusting and corrosion. So if anyone's going there to actually investigate in person, be a bit careful, because pure oxygen is not only explosive, it's also toxic.
Indeed.
Right on. Yeah. Maybe we should take our spacesuits.
You could even roll. Damon has medicine.
Yeah, I've got medicine 2.
Yeah, make me a medicine roll because I feel like Damon also Damon's like an inveterate, like a common spacer. Like he's been a spacer for a while.
Mm.
I feel like you might have a hunch. Yeah, okay. Damon, you do have a hunch and you don't like it. You can think of one very ready explanation. Vent spiders.
Oh yeah.
They evolved on a planet covered in cinder or ruins, and they evolved to eat metal. And a lot of the residue is rust-like. They require very small amounts of oxygen to the point where they will literally, like, in stagnated air, after life support is technically off, survive on a station or a planet. So their signature wouldn't be that of a full human being's lungs.
Vent spiders. I have a feeling this is some karma coming back to bite me, actually. This feels oddly familiar. Okay. Right. So I'm going to pass that on. I'm going to say, folks, this could be vent spiders, you know.
Vent spiders? Shit! That's not good! That's bad, actually. That's bad.
And this... So that's the bad news. The good news is apparently it's near the mixer. And am I crazy for thinking that the mixer has got to be stored near the wine cellar?
Kill two birds with one stone.
Important note, it's one of them. Because the distances are so great, the mixing happens independently around the major thrust blocks. So it's one possible location.
Well, we should check them all just to be sure, but I think you're onto something. All right, everybody, suit up.
All right, so
It's spider busting time.
unless you have a dedicated other kind of spacesuit, you guys all have a Trinity standard spacesuit. Important notes: it gives you 1 armor, it gives you 4 life support, and unlike any other armor or spacesuit in the game, it'll stack under other armor you have. So if you've got any other kind of armor, just slap your armor numbers together, and that's your new armor number.
Oh, fantastic.
If you
Will
want.
it
What's our
slap
standard
underneath the bulky spacesuit?
Oh, no, it will not. But this bulky spacesuit, actually, we've never done spacesuit stacking before, but I technically don't think that would be impossible, would it, Pat?
I think it could, reasonably
you
speaking.
could,
Like
yeah.
the Trinity standard spacesuit, to be clear, is a latex bodysuit
Yeah, so
in terms of how it looks and fits to your body.
Yeah, so actually, you would.
It has veins running through it that do coolant stuff.
It stacks not just your armor, but also your life support if you do that.
Okay.
Although remember, the bulky life support does have some negative modifiers to maneuver, if that's something you care about.
So what's the armor and life support of that suit that we've all got? You're saying? So I've got the maintenance rig, which I've thrown over the top.
It's got armor 1, life support 4, and the armor stat stuff is like right to the left of your main stat.
And so if they stack, I could theoretically go for adding them together and get armor 3, life support 7.
Correct. You'd have you
3,
basically have
6.
the life support of 2 spacesuits on you. Yeah. And we assume they have internal tubes. You basically use the tube you use to pair to other spacesuits, right? And share your life support to just pair the suits together. So you're pumping both pools.
I'm with you. Yep. I'm going to do that then, if I may. Just pull one over the other.
Absolutely. It's a bit bulky. It looks like you look like a 21st century astronaut, right? Like you've got the full like white suit on with like the arms that resemble almost like reaching into some sort of like controlled chamber. And then under that you've got the sleek modern one. Yeah. So you guys are all suited up, and the tram access is right here on the bridge. If you guys want to pile aboard and zoom.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. Begin a methodical, careful, and deliberate search for the wine cellar.
Yes.
As we're getting on, Skibby will say to everyone else: Has anyone dealt with vent spiders before? Do we know what? How do we get rid of them? What are we doing?
I've actually
You-
seen a documentary on vent spiders before from ancient history, from Earth actually. Maybe you've heard of it. It's a film called Aliens. Basically, they go in and they use fire, and then they use nukes because it was made during the Human Empire, and that seemed normal for them.
That sounds ridiculous.
That's what I gathered from it. I might not have picked up on the nuance.
It's important to note you guys will be passing through Central Logistics on your way there. It's the hub of 4 different tram lines, and it is a place where lots of stuff is stored. So if you want to hit places you think the wine cellar might be, you could debark in Central Logistics and look around.
Very good.
Where is the weapons locker, by the way?
Oh, it's on the bridge, so you could have grabbed anything you wanted while you were there.
Yeah.
Too late, Damon. Bye.
No, you guys have upped from anything you want. As long as you declare it basically this point, you'll have grabbed anything you want there. And also, if you feel like you're light on gear, you could scrounge around Central Logistics. Some of these crates are not even properly labeled, and there isn't a full survey on what it has. So you could go spelunking in your own Central Logistics and try and find something, including the wine cellar. Or you could carry on towards the problem zone.
Can I grab the plasma torch, please? Which could potentially be dangerous, but I'm going to have it anyway because it sounds exciting.
I'm going to pick up a rifle if I can.
Yeah, sure. It's just one of the ones in the gun locker?
Yep.
All right, yeah, you've grabbed it. We assume, and you probably won't run out of ammo, but we assume that you have 3 reloads in it. And you can choose to use dart ammo if you prefer to not kill things, but generally speaking, vent spiders are considered an invasive nuisance. So it's not like someone's gonna flap you like, "Oh, you shot a vent spider," if you just finish it.
They're not an endangered species.
No, they're a species that
The
many would
opposite.
like to endanger. Mostly,
I'm planning to endanger a few of them if they're there. Yes.
yeah, a few more. A few more will be in danger when you're done.
Can I take the shotgun
Oh,
and the 6-pack?
you definitely
the
enjoyed
cool-
that Aliens film too
The
much.
6-pack. So, take it.
It's like the
I'm
way
relying
it
on the
feels
wine.
on my 6 fingers.
I would
The 6-pack or the shotgun.
revolver then.
I have 2 hands.
That's 12 fingers.
Indeed. 6 for each.
Goodness. I've got the bolt gun, which I have anyway, so I'll have the bolt gun with me. It's my main range weapon.
Nice. Yeah, and I'll just grab the revolver.
I'm very tempted to take the saber, but I have absolutely no mechanical reason to do so on account of melee would be my absolute worst stat.
You could do it just to look swashbuckling.
You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna roll scrutiny though, so I'm gonna grab one at random because we have 2. One's fake and one's real.
Yeah.
No. Oh no.
If somebody wants to take the other one, we could do like a you roll and I roll, depending on who rolls first.
Oh, I like it. I'll grab it then. I'll grab the saber. I'll write it down. Just so we got both covered then.
Oh no, they want to buy followers. No, we're not buying any followers here. We're buying vent spiders. So,
By followers, yes, we invite followers of all the gender and sexualities.
yeah, we have several buy followers. I'm one of them. So, we're rolling out towards the problem zone. Forgive me stepping out there for a second. Do you guys stop for the Great Hunt, for the wine cellar, or any other reasons, or are you headed out?
I feel like dealing with vent spiders is somewhat more important than the wine cellar, although my crewmates may beg to differ.
I mean, I'm tempted to say it's much less important, but slightly more time sensitive.
Yes, that
I
sounds
mean,
right.
how quickly do they damage or grow in number? I guess.
Well, if there is
Spiders or the wine?
if there is a matriarch on board, they can reproduce at unfortunate rates, relativistic rates even. But you can reproduce not that. So like, basically, they've probably been there a while. They're probably not going to fuck up the ship much faster than they have been, although it sounds like they might have found an important bit and started fucking it up recently. And they do love to chew. But if there's a matriarch who has laid eggs, it is imperative to make omelets quickly.
Yeah.
Because after a hatching, you basically have them forever.
Okay, cool.
They're like
Give me a sense of
crabs.
the others.
Oh no.
Space crabs.
Space crabs.
Well, I mean, I guess it sounds like two of you want to go anyway, right? So at best, we're going to end up with a tied vote, and we'd have to go back to the bridge to wake the slumberer up, and that feels like it's going to take even longer. So should we just go?
Let's go, and then on our way back, or we could take our time.
Celebration
Cleaning up.
time.
Yeah, I brought the 6-pack. We'll
Yes.
want to break that out if
Sock
we find the
filler,
blind
I love this
cellar.
party. So you're in a
Wait, no, that defeats the purpose.
You're in a small, few meter by few meter, like metal box that has the sealed door on it. It's vroom, 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 as you move along the rails, right? It's a pretty fast internal tram, and you feel like almost like the inertia of the dunk as you like go off on like a slight different course, and after a moment, debark outside the problem.
The official name of the area. I don't like the sound of the problem.
That
But
sounded really like the Twilight Zone. The long, drawn-out problem zone.
It feels to me like when they were designing the ship and they named it that, they might have put in some extra protection or something around it because of
they
that.
were just asking for troubles, calling
Yeah.
it protection. Problems. That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys arrive. It's a pretty cramped hallway. Lighting isn't grand, although as you come in, it flickers on as if though maybe motion censored, or maybe Avarice is just doing this remotely. You're pretty close to the chamber, and yeah, I'm moving you guys to the map. The physicality of it won't matter yet, but you might care to take a peek at what you can see. This window leads into the room. This vent also leads into the room that you guys are headed towards. Where there have been some aftermarket modifications to how the room is laid out, but it's broadly speaking, as you'd find anywhere else in the ship. And yeah,
Yo, Avarice, you got speaks. Can you hear us down here?
affirmative. I can hear you.
So it's the room. You said there's problems on the room to the right. Are you saying? Is that where you're
Yes.
getting some readouts?
Yes, and up ahead, so you see there's some pipes up here, and there's like the air consistency isn't great where the pipes are broken, right? One of them has fallen and crushed a drone. And you can see it was a common threatened spider bot. They're a dime a dozen. You see a lot of them. And there's heavy machinery bolted up and down this hallway, often as excess space for the automation systems that Avarice has installed. This originally would have been like a pretty clear walkway, back in the heyday of the human empire. And a lot of these are chambers near or inside of thrusters or fuel reservoirs.
As people have become less important to the running of the ship, the corridors have just become full of automating junk.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's a massive massive hunk of equipment right here, right in the walkway. This seems like a fire hazard to me.
Negative. That metal is not combustible at reasonable temperatures. I anticipate it will not catch on fire.
Suppose I better hands off then.
No, but if we catch on fire, it might block our escape route.
Ooh, that's a good point.
True. My best advice in that situation would be to avoid catching on fire.
Thank you. Important safety tip. Thank you,
Some
Egan.
solid advice.
Bear in mind, the nearest fire extinguisher is 2.5 kilometers away.
That's- Avarice, can you give us a? Can you tell us how many life forms are in this sector?
And Avarice says, I am checking heat signature data. Testing. And there's a moment when they say, no, but it's worth noting that because the pulsar, that there is active thrust on some on intermittent scale as we slowly adjust to turn in anticipation of entering the gravitational fields of the exoplanet. There is enough heat that it could be throwing me off. You are distinct, however. So, trails off and says, if there is anything, it's probably in that room.
Oh, it's kind of you to notice that we're distinct. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Duly noted.
Right. I feel like peering through the vent from a little distance back may be worth doing. So can I get up to the vent, stick my standing just a little bit back, and use my flashlight to see what's going on inside?
Yeah, by all means, you can. So you come up to the vent. You flicker. You flicker it on. You got the flashlight on, and you peer. Staying just a bit back from it. Give me a scrutiny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you definitely have a clean read. On like so there's signs of like too fast rusting, almost in bite or scratch marks on one of the large pieces of machinery that has been put above the lower deck of this room, because this room you walk into is more or less like the top to a chamber where various machinery is stored. And yeah, it also looks like some panels that fell from the ceiling. One of them looks way too rusted. It shouldn't be rusted at all, but that one looks like it's probably been done up a bit too long. It's probably not necessarily very stable.
I'm going to carefully turn to the others and say, I think we need to send an engineer in there.
I agree. That's the perfect
Why
person
would you
to
gonna
go in
say
there
that?
first.
Gonna be
Don't
a
worry,
tight
I'll be
picture
right
there,
behind you with a gun.
I'd rather you were in front of me with the gun, but you know.
Damien will be right behind you with a flashlight as well. So,
Can someone hold on my legs? If I squeal, can you pull me out really quickly?
I don't see how that would be practical.
I mean, quick is relative, right?
Everything's
Yeah.
relative. This is space.
There's a vent into the room, and there's also a doorway into the room. Is that right?
Yeah, so there's a vent into the room. There's some vents in the far sides of the room as well, which maybe if someone crawled all around, they might be able to reach. And then there's just like a proper door, which is like a pretty heavy duty airlock door, just in case anything got loose in there and fire started happening. You'd be able to very effectively seal it off.
I mean,
how integral was this to the running of the ship again? Start a fire
If this couldn't be fully repaired, you would. I mean, there's other ways to rotate the ship. The problem becomes
Avarice is gonna get mad at us if we don't do it.
time and efficiency would be lost. It is technically speaking not a fatal loss to the ship's propulsion if this room got fucked.
Yeah. But wait.
You know what happened to the last 5 people that got mad at, or that Avarice got mad at?
I don't.
Because
want
I
to.
don't. Avarice won't tell us.
I've never heard of them.
Yeah, neither have I. But someone was here before us.
Yeah.
I've never thought of that before. Thanks.
Ash gets his knees. He pulls out the new key ring, gives it a kiss, and shoves it back into his pocket, and pulls out his bolt gun, and lines himself up in front of the vent and says, "Okay, push me through then."
All right. And
Skibby will definitely be keeping an eye out if there are any keys on that key ring.
Go over to where the
Don't
door
think that-
probably is.
okay, so Set is headed to the door, which, for reference, is like around a bend from the vent.
That makes sense
So,
to me.
so
Yeah.
Set's at the door. Y'all are at the vent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to ready the rifle in case I need to back up
Okay.
Ash, and I'm going to say very calmly, yell out the moment you see the wine cellar.
Can I head to the door with Set just to
Certainly,
not leave
Skibby.
someone by themselves?
Yeah, you head over with Set. Damon. I have a question, Damon. What is your maneuver skill?
Oh, it is, I think, -1 is my modifier. I don't know what that's -1 from, though.
That's because of the bulky spacesuit. But you have no points in the skill.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
do you have
So
any- do you have any
if I
points
get
in
the
the-
5 for my alacrity,
Do you have any points in the Sorry, let me clarify here. Is Ash boosting Damon in first, or is Damon boosting Ash in first?
Damon's boosting Ash in first. Ash is going first.
yeah, I'm going to boost Ash in first.
Do you have any points in the endurance skill?
I have 2 in endurance.
Very nice. If you boost Ash and help him through, Ash, you're going to make a maneuver to get through the vent. With Damon's help, you'll get a modifier of 2.
Oh, lovely. Roll well, my friend. On. Push hard. Don't leave me stuck in there. Don't like closing spaces.
Well, it's your roll, not mine.
So what do I need to hit? What did you say I need?
Maneuver, and then just put 2 in the box when it shows up with the modifier question, and then hit submit.
Oh, it's low. I'm not very good at moving.
As it turns
I'm
out,
old and broken.
Ash pops through just fine. Ash, you do feel yourself, like, the floor shudders a little bit below you. You look down, and you see, like, vast pumping apparatus. And there is this fucked up bit of machinery, like some trash over here. And Damon, there's a window nearby, too, if you want to look through that. Although, probably not. It's going to give them some cover the first time you shoot through it.
When you say window, I mean it's glazed effectively, so I couldn't shoot through it with any efficiency.
Yeah, it would be pretty difficult. So you're gonna stay at the vent, like gun ready to shoot through there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So Ash gets through. Ash, you get your bearings. Set and Skivvy are at the door. You guys hear Ash go in. Would you follow in shortly thereafter?
All right. So are you gonna open it or am I?
I don't mind.
Oh, cool. Then I'll hold the gun.
All right. So
I'll get the door.
Skivvy, you hit the button. You hit the button. Who's stepping through first?
Well, obviously Skivvy, because I've got the gun.
All right. So Skivvy, you go in under the
Yeah,
gun
sure.
of your compatriot. There is a rustling. Pretty clear to everyone. This like bit of very fucked up panel like flops over with a clang, and you see a moving, drowsy-looking vent spider, and it drops from its mouth a glass bottle of some sort.
Oh, it's drunk.
The bastard got to the wine cellar!
It's got to the
Stole
stand. Kill it. Kill it.
No, we need to take it alive for questioning.
Yeah, so
Take it alive for draining.
the vent spider, the vent spider stumbles a little. Yeah, it seems like this vent spider is slightly drunk. Not sure what's going on. It is looking as it would be listed in the press, dazed and
Son of a-
confused in the fuel mixing room.
Oh, better have got the rosé.
So,
It's found the good stuff. I'm going to go on a mission to wipe out every vent spider in the universe.
so you guys, you got a clean beat on the vent spider. It's like drunk. It looks like a ravioli on 4 legs, as you can see.
Nice.
And the Roll20 menu is going to become rather relevant pretty shortly here, probably. How would you guys initially react? It's got almost these drooling fangs, and it looks at you.
The same way I react when I see a wasp has gotten into my my room and can't quite find the window. Abject fear that turns to hatred.
All right, so it's obscured by this machine from your vantage, but you hear it banging around. Are you going to run into this room and get a line?
I think I'll take a step or two in, yeah.
All right, and Skivvy, where do you want to position yourself?
Skivvy will definitely be a lot more cautious, edge in slowly.
Ash,
Sort of just
Ash, are you getting closer? And I'm assuming Damon's got rifle out and can like shoot through this porthole more or less.
If I've got a shot, I'm taking it. Yeah.
Okay, so like the moment you get the clean shot, you're taking it.
Yeah. As soon as I'm confident, I'm not hitting Ash and not the bottle either.
Ash will have staggered. Ash will have like
More
stepped
importantly,
forward a
the
couple of
bottle.
paces, a bit like a bit sort of interested, I guess. So
Taking
he
a
was like
line next
waving
to
out the
the
way, I
vent.
guess.
I'm saying by the time Ash
Yeah.
is near this vent, Damon has a clean shot.
Perfect.
And remind me, what weapon do you have? Is it a battle rifle, right?
I think you said battle rifle.
Yeah, okay. And then so that is a modifier of 2, and if you'd like to aim it, because I'm assuming that Damon's like really lining this up to avoid hitting the bottle.
Yeah.
That's a further
Yes,
modifier of 2.
If I can use my second reaction to take aim, can't I?
Yes. So you'll aim, shoot, and that'll basically give us that roll.
So is that ballistics +2?
4 overall, because you're getting a mod 2 from the battle rifle and a +2 from the aim.
Excellent. So ballistics +4. That's lovely.
Oh, don't put the plus sign in the box, or it'll garble the roll.
Made that mistake. You're quite right.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Okay, that is a clean hit and tag. The vent spider has like some meager cover here, but the battle rifle's AP is 3. You blow through the relevant metal if it even gets in the way. You spatter its guts across the floor, and it makes a terrible death knell as it drops, and you guys hear several mouths open and make a scree sound as all of your HUDs up. 10-minute break. Be back at 8:10 p.m. Eastern. Thank you guys for coming out.
I wish I was the other side of that wall right now.
Yep.
Fucking A.
I'll be right back.
Cool.
Good work.
Right, I will be back shortly.
Yep. Same.
Yep, me too. Quick comfort break. Oh, this is fun.
back.
Oh, welcome.
Hello. I have returned.
Aha! Piece by piece. Ewan was definitely there all along. It's pinged up suddenly. Okay, they look good. Now I'm really jealous. I just had 2 biscuits.
2 biscuits?
Yeah, and they like cookies biscuits. Not like actual proper bowl of noodles. Oh.
I would share my audio, but it is just slurping and bliss noises. And I would fear that you would all die of jealousy.
Oh, man. I shouldn't be this hungry at 1 in the morning. I'm so jealous.
Oh shit, it's 1 a.m. I'm sorry.
This was decided ahead of time. This is why you guys came an hour early for us. So
2 hours early.
2 hours. Was it 2
2 and a
hours?
half, actually.
Oh, really? Would you do legends? Thank you both.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
It's all right. It's all right. I got off of work and I quickly did my as you can see, my makeup, my I dressed real pretty for y'all.
It's nice when people make an effort. Do you know what I mean?
Of course, yeah. I totally made an effort.
So, it is wonderful that we have changed our summer and my increased levels of planning and been able to make this happen. But yeah, hello everyone. Everyone's back, yeah?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Because you are about to enter quite situation here.
Oh yeah.
So you guys look around, right? And you heard the rustling, like, basically Damon finishes off this vent spider in 1 clean shot. And then there is rustling up above. And, I'm assuming you look up.
And when the rustling starts and the spider's involved, you've got to be looking in all angles, I think.
As any good adventurer would say, I check the ceilings.
Hanging from the ceiling, you see 2 smaller vent spiders of the same size you saw before. They flip and drop down, and they start to clamber about and hiss. Ash, you think one's about to bite you really soon. Set, you're kind of being leered over by this one. But there's a larger unhinging as something like flips down to hang from the ceiling. As you witness in all her glory the matriarch. And yeah, you definitely get the feeling, Damon, based on your knowledge, that she is going to lay eggs very soon. It is as she drops to the floor and screams over her dead compatriot. You get the feeling that things have heated up.
Is the ship supposed to be this warm?
I am going to... So the way you can put yourself on the initiative tracker is you have your token selected and then you hit the initiative button, but because I know you guys aren't used to doing Roll20 necessarily as much in this way, I can just really quickly do that for you. Ash.
Nice.
Badoo. Damon.
Oh,
For those
good
of you who
scores.
are wondering the mechanics behind this, it literally is just a D12 plus their alacrity score.
Okay.
And,
Oh, wow. I rolled really well then.
And yeah, you and I'll put you on here at an 8. Alright, so descending. Ash. Yeah, and I will also put the vent spiders on, like, honestly, initiative 0, because they had to just make their big dramatic entrance. So, you know, you're reacting as they've made their way in. Ash, what's your play? You got your bolt gun out. You've got one that's about to bite you, and you've got a big mama who is not happy.
Oh no! Have you got the screen that I've got still says that you're returning in 10
Oh,
minutes?
yeah. Thank you so much for catching that. Forget that more often than I like to admit.
I normally forget to turn my own sound on after a break. I find,
Oh, God.
Very relatable.
which is a great. Definitely need a clunk. Oh man! Well, the big one's big, and
Yeah.
no one likes a big angry mama. But the little one is no one likes something biting you. So I will try and aim the bolt gun at the little. I'm gonna call it a little widdy spider, just to sort of make myself less scared.
All right. So you
Look,
gain.
a wicky little spider.
Then you want to just like staple this thing to the fucking floor, right?
Yeah, please.
All right. So overall, there your bolt gun, and you can pump this into. I will. Is your gun in actually?
Yes, I put it in range gun, bolt gun with a mod 2.
You see how there's
damage
a D20 logo to the left of that line?
Yes.
Click that, and then just pop the modifier 2 in there, and it should throw it all in chat.
Modifier 2. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
And let me just. I'm by the
Dang.
way putting the battle rifle on yours really
Oh
fast.
no! Oh, I missed from point blank.
And yeah, so here's the thing: you can still reach this if you want. Do you wanna reach it?
Yes, I'll be panicking a little bit that it's like clinging onto my leg almost. So I'll be
Because bear in mind that is a single shot weapon, so like regardless of whether or not you hit, you are going to be dry with it.
Yeah. So
You gain
reach,
one edge.
so-
You can also +1 your little. I'll +1 your little blue bar. Yeah. There you are.
Thank
There
you.
You're one edge.
Perfect.
You're good to go. Now
Then
just
hit
click
bolt gun. Yep.
modifier 2 once more. You're re-rolling all of your missed dice plus the 1 edge dice.
And
You get a level 1 shock. So, Damon, you see Ash. I don't know if you've seen Ash ever shoot a living thing before, but, you know, seems to acquit himself relatively well. He's about to miss his shot. He adjusts himself. He shoots, right? He stables this thing to the floor. It's fucking gone. The middle of this ravioli is popped up, and the guttiolis are spewing out into the pipes below. And Ash,
Please
you're
do
like
not ever say that again.
you fumble, right? You're
Thank
fumbling.
gladiators.
You're fumbling for the rivets, right? To reload your bolt gun because you're basically shooting rivets into people. In the process, you're like, I need this hand here. I need this hand here. Damon, you see the vent spider matriarch in the background as Ash drops his bolt gun while trying to like get his next bolt rivet next. Ash, you drop your weapon, and you have to pick that up. Your hands are shaking a little. You have movement left. That's all you have in your turn. But also, you've dropped the rivet gun, like, right where you are. So, pretend this is. So, yeah, you have 6 meters of movement, but do you want to spend them getting further away from your weapon?
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to be. I feel the weapon is my best form of survival, so I won't be leaving that weapon.
All right, Damon, it's your turn.
Have I got a shot at the big one?
You've got a clean shot, and yeah, you want to take it?
Yeah, if I can, I'll take careful aim, and yeah, open fire at the big one.
All right. So if you scroll down below the skill test, it'll say like ranged weapon name, battle rifle,
Yep.
and just click the little D20 logo, and when asked for modifier, put in 2 because you aimed.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Now, bear in mind, with a successful hit, you're dealing 2 damage. You think that any damage will fuck up a regular vent spider, but the matriarch seems like gonna take more. Do you want to reach this? Because every yeah, okay.
I do if I can.
Yeah, so you gain 1 edge, and then you'll make the roll again with the modifier 1, just because you succeeded the first time, and you don't re-roll any successful dice. So no matter what happens here, you're still getting your initial success in dealing 2 damage.
Okay, so re-roll battle rifle attack with modifier 1.
Yep. All right, so you pump 3 damage. You seem to have ripped through most of her stamina. Your gun is fine on ammo. That is your main inside action. Damon, do you want to reposition, or are you staying where you are?
For now, I'm going to stay where I am because I seem to have a shot.
All right, yeah. Skivvy, the shooting has started. What do you want to do? Wait, you... Hold on. Is your audio on?
I can't hear you.
I can't hear him, but it should be on. No, it's off now. On again? No.
You're harder in mute. Did Zoom do anything funky?
I can read his lips.
Muted in Zoom, Ewan.
He said he wants to run in front of Ash to rescue his friend.
All right.
Aww.
No, he didn't say that. Did
I
he?
know, so nice.
What a swell chap.
I know, what a hero. Nice work, Skip. Skivvy and Kivvy.
Oh, back.
I'm hearing you. Yeah.
I'm back.
Correct.
Woo!
Sorry. I don't know what happened. Apparently my microphone changed over without any.
You got vent spiders in your microphone channel, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
For sure. Okay, perfect. Can Skivvy isn't particularly happy about firing on things, I suppose. Can I use my commander talent and give my main action and my side action up? And just they'll look over at Ash and they'll say, Ash, get your weapon. Pull yourself together.
So picking up the weapon is actually only going to be a side action for Ash, meaning you only have to spend your action to make it happen.
Okay, cool. They'll do that then.
So Ash, yeah, the words of your friend Skivvy is like your hand bolts out. You've recollected your bolt gun.
You are a true hero.
You got a side action. You got movement, Skivvy.
Cool. So I will move in and up. And then, actually, can I move straight across and can I attempt to shove that vent spider that's in front of Set? Because that's a side action, right?
Yeah, correct. So you could, and you may even like knock it off of its perch here. So it would be a contested melee. You want to give it a shove?
Which isn't great, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, you don't get the sense that the vent spider is that strong either.
Are you going for an aggressive?
Oh,
are you going like a?
I fucking said that.
Oh my
man.
god.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is melee where am I rolling?
It's under
that?
resilience. It's under resilience.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
That is a beefy spider.
Damn.
So right now,
What a
you're
twist.
canceling each other out. You could gain one
yes.
edge and roll one base dice is what this would come down to, if you want to. If you want to reach it, you don't have to.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right, so gain one edge,
Dramatic
and then
things,
do
right?
it modifier -2 because you're not rerolling your successful dice.
Yeah, cool.
It's you and the vent spider. Like, see, it comes up. You're locked here. The mouth is the ravioli. Get some spittle in your face. Like, no, it can't push you back. You can't push it back.
Nice.
And
Oof.
yeah, no, you're wind up blocked in it.
Cool.
Gibby, that's your turn. Or you still have movement, but you would risk an op. I don't know if you want to.
No, that's good. I think they're all in on
Set.
on that deal.
Yeah, you've got a vent spider in your face. You've got a vent spider matriarch in the distance. What's your play?
Okay, so the one that's in my face is actually engaged, right? Like,
it's
quite-
presently getting shoved at by Skivvy, yeah.
So I could just move away without getting offed, maybe, hypothetically?
It might still decide to op you. You're not sure what it would do or wouldn't do.
Alright, well, I can move there, alright?
Correct?
Okay, and I look up at the vent spider, and then I look I look up at the vent spider matriarch, and I look down at the empty bottle of wine. And then I look up at the vent spider matriarch, and I say, "Get away from her, you bitch!" And I fire.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Make the attack. As you cock back and bust with the shotgun.
Okay, I'm gonna push that or reach that.
And you're counting the modifier of the shotgun, yeah?
Oh no, it wasn't actually. It's a
And-
+3.
Yeah, it's a
I
modifier
looked
3
at that
gun.
5 seconds ago too. Sorry, let me roll 3d6. Ah, bummer. Really, just not a great roll on my shotgun there.
So you
Either
deliver
way,
3 damage. You
all the damage towards her.
You blast it back. And you deal 2 beyond. So you deal 3 damage. It looks like the vent spire is almost on their last legs. One more hit like that, and you should be pretty fucked. Wine comes out at night mostly. So Set, you've moved. Did you aim? I assume. But that'll be your. I think that's basically your turn, unless there's anyone else you want to move.
Well, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking
Okay,
to somebody
turn.
else.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
Alright,
My turn's
so
over.
this ravioli tries to bite Skivvy. The vent spider goes in with as its drooling fangs try to find purchase beneath your fur.
Oof.
Now, you could, if you have anything in your hand, you could try and block with it. If you want to try and like hop out of the way, you could roll a maneuver and not get got. And regardless of whether or not you choose to do that, both of those would take a side action away from your next turn. You'll be able to roll armor against this hit, and you might reduce it. So, what desire you to do, Skivvy?
I will lose my. I'm happy to lose my side action next turn.
All right. Going for the dodge?
Yeah.
All right, give me a maneuver. Yeah, you perfectly cancel it out. As you can't shove it back, it bites, your head dances to the side, you two remain locked in struggle. The vent spider matriarch looms up over Ash just as he gets the gun back in hand. And lunges forward with the inject. Alright. Ash, same rules apply here. If you want to risk your bolt gun to getting destroyed, you could try and block with it. If you want to maneuver to dance out of the way, you can, and regardless, you'll still get your armor.
Let's try and use my magical maneuvering skills if possible, please.
Taught me that maneuver.
Where is it? Oh no! So I've just got to roll that, flat.
Unless you have a modifier from any of the gear you're wearing.
Nope.
Alright.
It's not going to do well. Oh,
Hey, you get 1 success. You have 1 damage coming at you. Roll me your armor. Your armor could still save you. There's an armor button on the far left.
Yep. Just roll it flat.
Yep. You're wearing your. You have at least 1 point.
I've doubled it up.
Holy
I've doubled it up.
shit.
So my armor's 3. So.
Yeah. All right.
That's why we double up, kids.
You see, like this, like
Safety
prong
first.
coming forth, like inject into Ash, and it basically boinks off. Ash, you've just gotten like a bit of a bruise to the chest. You didn't get injected with Sleepy Time venom, so there's that. What do you want to do?
I do feel quite sleepy, but I'll,
Side effect of being British.
I'll pause and sort of look down at the chest a bit, so almost like double checking, like I'm still in one piece. And then I'd like to try and fire the bolt gun if it's loaded.
Yeah. Well, you can spend a side action to load it, and the main action to shoot it.
Yes, please. I'll do that then, please.
Oh yeah, pop the shot. You won't have the action counting for an aim, but you'll be able to pop it off.
Cool.
Yeah. No points for guessing how much armor it has, which is 0. or how much health remaining it has, which is 4. You put the main shot up through its brain cage, and it splatters and falls over on its side. A terrible cry. The vent spider nearby is like terribly alarmed. That's your action economy. You have 6 meters of movement, 6 squares if you want to pop around.
I'll head eastwards, please. Directly eastwards.
Alright, so you want to wind up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like right in front of this event spider?
Stop there. Stop one behind set. So one back from there. Let's do that.
Alright, Damon. Let me check your vantage. Okay, Damon, you don't presently have a line on. You know there's another vent spider moving in there from the sound. You don't presently have a line on him. What are you gonna do?
Do I have enough movement to make it through the vent, at least far enough to try and see what's going on in the room?
You can. Yeah, I mean the best you can peer is like you can sort of see. You can see Set and Ash's backs. You know that they're facing some foe. You can't get a shot until you're like through the vent. That's gonna come down to a maneuver test.
Okay, let's try. I'll try and get into the room properly, and get a. And if that requires a maneuver, then that's what we'll do. So just a straight maneuver.
Straight maneuver. You succeed. You tumble forward in, land on your feet, and you see there's a vent spider on top of that big piece of machinery.
If I've got a shot, I'm taking it.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that that didn't cost your side action. I'm not gonna say. So yeah, you can aim, you can shoot. Give me a gun modifier 2.
Great.
You splat it off the wall, blood drains. In the process, the bullet like tings off the edge here and freaks out Skivvy and Set, who think they almost just got shot, both of whom gain 1 edge as a result of your level 1 shock. I'll put that on you guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, so, yeah, job completed. They're down. You do see a wine bottle over here. And Avarice says, I'm seeing there's been some percussive maintenance. What is the situation?
I'll get down here, right?
There's wine destroyed, ruined, drunk. It's a horror show.
This is most unfortunate. Hopefully it did not come from the wine cellar. My collection has been meticulously gathered. Now then.
Would you like us to check?
Avarice says, do tend to the fuel mixture problems, and I will send in drones to mop up any viscera.
For the sake of checking that the ship is obviously all clear of this infestation, could you tell us where the wine cellar is so we can check the vents between here and there?
Avarice says, I detect a ploy. Yet my love of my ship is greater.
A logical ploy.
Check the area around. It is possible they have simply found a crate. And if you want to, you can make a communicate to convince Avarice that like they need to give up the ghost.
Yeah,
As
sure.
you can probably tell from my conversation earlier, I'm not a good communicator. Don't make me do this.
Who's gonna make the hard sell to Avarice about like, no, we really need to go check that out.
I'm happy to totally do that.
All right, throw it out there, and tell me what you say as well as you make your lean in here.
Well, it's your ship. I mean, we're happy to let the rest of these things roam free. I mean, I can hold my breath for a long time. But it would kind of help us out, you know, as a home ship.
Ooh, you said as a home ship in front of Set. Yeah, so level 1 shock is going to be that Set raises 1 edge from that, and then you kind of get embarrassed, and you go up 1 edge as well. But Avarice says, yes, as one home, which is the ship and also my body. You two are now at 3 edge, I believe. Or are you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
This tension with the knife in this room.
And
We really need that wine to,
yeah,
take
so
the edge off.
We really do.
yeah,
Yeah.
so there's some screwed up machinery here, and you guys have some vents to traverse as your slates all get a bearing, and you have the vents between your target of the wine cellar and here all lit up.
We have a target that's a wine cellar.
Well, I mean, let's be real. Y'all's target is definitely the wine cellar.
Yeah.
We have it on our bearings though now. We know where it is.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah! Race ya!
Totally worth it.
Well, yeah. Important
Wind
question:
spiders for the win.
does anybody hang back and like fix the problem?
No.
I suppose
That's an engineering
my
issue.
job, isn't it? Yeah, that's my job again. I miss out on the drinking again.
Hmm.
We'll here to be sporting. We'll give you like a minute before we start. Right?
Thanks. So
Yeah.
you're expecting me to do some really
meander.
important engineering in a minute. Thanks, Seth. Appreciate it.
I'm
kind
not
to
going to leave until the work's done because I have some degree of responsibility, and and I've got a gun, so I'm going to use it to cover the work. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. So you've got guns up just in case that wasn't the whole family.
Yeah, but just in case something else leaps out.
By all
All
means.
right,
Yeah,
all
so
right, I'll
you're
stay with you.
basically on Overwatch in like a nice corner where you don't think you're gonna get hopped, and if anything does come out, you'll get an attack off on them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not planning to melee the thing if I can avoid it.
For sure. So, you guys, well, let's have a mechanics test from our dear mechanic, and if you have any relevant tools here, such as, I don't know, a rivet gun, a bolt gun to help recombine some machinery that needs to be persuaded to hold in position. That
I've got
would be
a bolt gun.
yeah, with
I've
that,
got a
that's a-
multi.
yeah. So I'd say you get a mechanics modifier of 2 from use of the bolt gun.
Fantastic.
While that's going on, is there any chance I can make an investigation check of the room?
Oh yeah. By all means, make a scrutiny. I'm assuming the Damon's eyes are peeled, and you're totally checking this place out.
Yeah, because I've got +3 for an investigation.
Ash, do you want to make this place more efficient, or do you want to do the work faster? And yeah.
what?
Damon, yes, you do get your investigation bonus of 3 here to like figure out what happened.
Okay.
I sort of, as I'm leaning over and sort of starting to work, I look around and see Set's mandibles sort of starting to slather at the thought of the wine. So it's not. I'll take my time. I'll do it properly. If you're going to do a job, it's worth doing, right?
All right, you make it more efficient. Damon, here's what you determine.
Smell something acrid. You're not sure what it is, but it's not pleasant.
So with the level of success that we're getting out of this, so like basically you see that the vent spiders moved into like the roof here because that's where the consistent heat was, and they were, it looks, you peel back like some of the already falling panels and you can see like this downy resin that almost looks like congealed rust that they were using to like best nest down. You can see where she was going to lay the eggs.
Okay.
With the extra success, I'm going to say, Damon, your primary concern here is that there's more of them. You do a thorough sweep. You determine there's no more of them. However, while you're doing your thorough sweep, you got your flashlight up, right?
Yep.
You whip around really fast when you hear a sound. It's just an errant machine. But you bang the flashlight into the wall as you do. Thankfully, the gun doesn't go off, but the flashlight flickers every once in a while now.
Okay, yeah. That's in no way going to be creepy and unsettling. Thank you.
Yep. Meanwhile, you hear... Ash, you have totally gotten this machine very efficiently running. And Skivvy, were you waiting or...
If no one else is going, Skibby will totally wait. Can mechanically speaking, could I use my command talent out of combat just to like peer over Ash's shoulder and like give them some extra actions, make it move along a little quicker?
So basically, Ash is only gonna really have time for just like a routine maintenance, but Ash, if you want to give Ash like time to think about like the ship and such from this perspective, Ash could also make a systems test to try and grok the situation here on a deeper. But yeah, the job's getting done. But you can use command
Yeah.
center.
So I can use the systems. Lovely. I'll look over my shoulder a bit at Skivvy turns up. So, what are you thinking, Skiv? What are you thinking?
It's like that. You know the time that the cooler broke with the pontiffs, and you had to do what you did to fix that,
Dude.
but to
You
the
reckon
ship, right?
Yeah.
It's the same process. It's just a different mechanics, right? I'm no engineer.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. You're so wise. I've rolled the systems.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, you are. Look, you're right. Yeah. Man,
Yeah.
you were right. All the wow.
Yeah, Ash, you get the sense that you're definitely like the burn could be made more efficient within the nebula if it was adjusted to types of gases. You think using the sensors, a lot could be achieved there. And as you think about it, you also think about the overall design of the ship. Made sense to the human empire. But uses a lot of heavy matter for its artificial gravity and the like. And maybe you could think of something more efficient one day.
Yeah.
And you begin to dream of blueprints.
Oh, my favorite sort of dream.
Yeah, but with that said and done, you guys know that it looks like they didn't travel far. It's actually, you are right in the neighborhood of the wine cellar.
There we go.
Yeah, you guys ready to go there?
Once the work's done to the engineer's specifications, yeah.
Yeah, and the engineer is satisfied that everything is done. Avarice says, system fully operational.
All right. Well, let's make our test, our routine maintenance. I mean.
Yeah, so you head out into the hallway, I presume. Well, unless somebody wants to take the vents there the whole way. Out in the hallway, walk down.
Hallway sounds more logical to me.
Yeah, so there is artificial gravity on this ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're right outside the wine cellar. Through the little like window, you can see there's like stacks on stacks on stacks of something in there. You're going to press the door panel when everyone starts to float a little.
Oh.
As you hear alarm klaxons just kind of begin to blare. And Avarice says, "Combat maneuvers. We have kinetic incoming." And
What?
you hear as like something nearby like absolutely just takes a heavy fucking hit. And all of you make me either a maneuver or endurance test to take some light turbulence.
Okay.
Oof.
Light it is. Oh, one.
Fuckity fuck.
Uh-oh.
All right. You're getting banged around. So, Ewan, is that you called before you even typed it in, didn't you?
Yeah. I think I was first up. Yeah.
All right. So 2 damages coming at all of you. And miraculously, the hazard managed to roll no extra damage. Ash, you're about to take 1 damage, but roll your armor because you might just take it on the chin.
Let's hope so. I've got a big chin. I've got multiple chins.
Cannon.
Exactly. Let's roll it. I'll save 1.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, so you managed to, guys, take no damage. You're knocked around, right? You have hooks on your spacesuit that you can deploy to move around with like gravitational stuff, not have that big of a worry. But you weren't doing it because normally it holds the whole time.
Yeah.
And as the warning goes off, yeah, you guys the warning comes through, and Avarice says, "Oh no, please enter the wine cellar expediently."
What?
Wait.
We're in serious danger, everybody.
I've had fantasies about this moment.
Yeah.
This is dangerous.
And it says, "I am taking flack from the nebula. They snuck up on us. Oh no. I'm receiving their dribble now. Patching it through." And you hear, "This is a synthetic liberation front. We know that there is an AI on board your ship that has been terribly warped. We are here to free it from its bonds, and it should seem that the synthetic liberation front has caught up to me. Ah, we have such different ideas about liberation. Now, if you would please, to my great chagrin, enter the wine cellar, I think you will find that there is a certain battery there which was disconnected from the remote system. I'm going to need someone to manually take care of it soon."
I
Bell?
think we can find something to liberate in the wine cellar. Yes.
Hopefully it's not synthetic.
Yeah, so you guys managed to right yourselves. You have your hooks on. The door opens up. And, yeah, you see... there are rows on rows on rows of, like, shelves. And they definitely have a different bottle, like you don't see a repeated label anywhere. Rows on rows of bottles. Nestled amongst all of this seems to be what was at some point a rough addition to, like, maybe a cargo room or something. But you realize why you never came here. There is a torpedo, like, tube loader here, right? And on top, like, it's been, like, built over and floored over, but it's still accessible. And importantly, there is a firing mechanism here as well. This seems to be a secondary torpedo bay that has been converted into a wine cellar. And you didn't know that there was one here, so you didn't know that this was an option.
I love what you've done with this place.
Avarice says, "I appreciate the compliments, but for now, please convince them to desist. They are launching a needle shuttle. The last thing we need is guests." And,
To be fair, we've got wine.
And you've got us.
I don't intend to share it. So there is a torpedo bay that can be loaded, although you have to, like, strip back, like, faux, like, wooden planking under this metal grate to get to it. So it's a bit complicated, but you do see, like, stored between some of these, there are torpedoes.
Wine bottle, torpedo, wine bottle, wine bottle.
Metal torpedo, yep.
Oh man!
I'm glad we didn't get too drunk in this room.
Eeny, meeny.
So it's just looking around like, oh, maybe this is why you guys lost the war.
So you guys look around, and yeah, you're getting a blaring klaxon. You've definitely taken minor railgun fire. Most of the defenses are automated, and your AI Avarice can handle them, but apparently this one isn't remotely controllable anymore, and Avarice seems to think this is going to finish the fight faster. So,
okay, somebody handle the wood on the floor. I will push some buttons. Beep boop beep.
Yeah. So if you want to help load the missile, it's going to be an endurance, the torpedo, excuse me. And if you want to help align the targeting computer, you could use the systems. But to actually, like, line it up and pull the trigger, the final shot will be a ballistics, modified by how well the systems was done.
Ooh, I'm actually good at ballistics.
And if you would like to drink any alcohol before or during, it does have an effect on your capacity to do things.
Wow. Does it take the edge off, like when you play darts?
Leave a strong moral
It does
Grey area
technically.
of blowing
takes the edge
someone out
off.
of
It takes the
space.
edge off. Here's the thing, though. For every like drink you've had, your effective alacrity goes down by 1. Not of beer,
That's pretty low
but
as it
of
is.
like if you have like a proper amount of wine, it'll be.
Yeah.
If you have enough to take the edge off with the wine, it'll start to mess with your alacrity, which isn't how you load and isn't how you plan. You can lift heavy things and use computers just fine, but shooting,
Not so much.
yeah.
I'll bite the bullet and be the sober one and take the shot.
Oh, I'll jump on systems.
Be the sober one and take the shot.
God. Yeah, so important note
We're
here.
relying on your set. We're relying on your keen eyes.
Important note here, Set. So, like, you see that the enemy's ship has arrayed with several particle beams that they're trying to rake you with through the nebula, and a railgun that is spitting hell from. There's also a needle shuttle, presently on a collision course with the Coral Palace for boarding. Which one do you want to target with this torpedo salvo?
Fuck the Coral Palace.
All right, so the needle shuttle is going to fly at you, and you're going to try and sink these center of mass on the target, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, Damon, you've like peeled up a bit of the floor, and you are just like loading that torpedo into the bay. There's a magnetic suction of whoop, and then the launch as the it just like goes through its sealed tube and splatters out into space. And who gives me the systems test?
I've got a 4 if no one. I've got a 9 total if no one's got that beat.
No one's got that
Nope.
beat, I'm sure.
I'm tied, so you go.
Here we go. I'll set you. I'll set you up, Set.
All right.
Yeah, it's a modifier of 2 to set a ballistics test. And
Okay.
Skivvy, if you want, you could order this little loading crew, and you might be able to let them shoot twice if you wanted to give me a communicate to get people synergizing.
Ooh.
Can I aid the ballistics?
You can. After you're done loading, you can run up and be like, no, you want to do it, and then you'll add your ballistics like skill
Yeah,
as a modifier to set. Yeah.
yeah, because that's a +4.
All
Oh
right.
shit!
So that's a +6
What's your alacrity?
overall
Damn.
set.
My alacrity's 5, so I got to
Oh
take
shit! We're tagged.
That's
We're
why,
tagged.
that's why
there.
Damon was shooting so well, yeah. But you have a modifier of 6 overall in this ballistics set.
Well, shit.
Oh yeah.
And I will totally get on.
That's
Did
awful.
you say communicate?
Yep. So you managed to sink it, but as you do so, that you flip the console a little wrong, and you almost invert the view, and Damon, for a second, like as you're trying to line up the shot with Set, not knowing what she's done, it looks like there's now projectiles coming in right where you guys are, and you think you're about to get blown to space. Like, oh shit, as you gain one edge before realizing it's just a visual glitch on an old console that
Gotcha.
writes itself. You have 2 edge. And that's because, Set is like elbowed you a bit. But you sink a torpedo into the enemy ship, and you strike it in the... Yeah, that's life support. Their life support is struck
Hell
in a
yeah.
nebula. There's a lot of dirt in there right now, and they peel off into the cloud, and they seem to largely break off the engagement. And... Yeah, there's minor damage reports coming in, but there's an explosion. Do you want to try and finish the fight as Skivvy gives you a second shot?
Okay. Oh my god, yes.
As Skivvy lines up a second shot, the torpedo loading is done.
Same
Ashes-
bonuses?
Yeah, I think we'll keep same bonuses. Just if you want to pop a second shot.
Woo! Hey!
There is a cacophony of explosions in the distance of the nebula as a brilliant new white-pink light emerges
I6.
amongst the purple clouds. I6 indeed. Holy shit, that's 2 super twist. No, that's a super
Liberators
twist.
liberated.
Yes.
Nice.
And you also hear orders detected in the Coral Palace. Orders detected in the Coral Palace. I suggest you avoid our guest having to deal with them themselves. And
Oh, bugger.
you get like an ominous morning as it seems that there's been some jettisoning of something from the Coral Palace. If you guys want to check your slates, you could see exactly what's happened. But yeah, you know that that's nearby if you want to rush over there. But here's an important question: you're in a room full of bespoke and unique bottles of wine. How many are each of you carrying out of here? And have you drunk any of them before you leave?
So I brought a cooler full of pontiffs. I think what we do is an Indiana Jones thing, right?
Yeah.
You leave a single pontiff's red for a bottle of wine.
Makes sense to me.
All right.
How many can I fit in like my pouch?
Pouch? Oh, your little rast pouch?
Yeah.
I would say, and move comfortably one, maybe two if you're willing to be a little bit more.
No. I'll choose something nice.
It's what evolution did it
perceived
for.
to be nice. Yeah. It's perfect straw height.
Yeah.
I have 2 backpacks.
Oh my god, yeah. So you
I have a cooler.
Damon now has like a shelf or 2 in his possession. Set has a nice wine cooler. Ash, are you grabbing any?
I look jealously at those 2, and I can only grab like 2
Yeah, you got like 2 and like
under my armpits. I got one under each armpit.
one under each
Oh,
arm.
God.
Oh my god, as you're hurrying over to repel borders. Oh my goodness.
It's fine. I'll share.
No, these are mine. Let's go.
Yeah, so as you guys so basically the Coral Palace is a short jaunt along the tram system. Do you guys take it?
Better than walking.
Yeah, I mean, realistically.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
God. Shotgun!
Yeah, I can't compete with that. The seat's
Literal.
yours.
roll over there.
I'll go in the back.
I remember to turn on dynamic lane. You guys hop in the tram. There's a shift, right? The door slides open, and you see before you a brilliant teal, coral wall, almost with a strange metal hatch for a door. And you approach, and it is large and overbearing, and you know there's a local mechanism to switch it open, but I don't think any of you have ever been in here. It is mostly flooded with water.
I forgot about that detail.
And yeah, as you guys stand before it, Damon with a flickering flashlight and your gun, and everybody just sort of prepared for the worst. You have any words or deeds or foci as you approach this doorway? Due to time, it's been like 20 minutes since the boarding happened, and Avarice doesn't have any more precise detail because a lot of the sensors weren't intended to be surrounded by water.
Yeah.
So we all have carabiners and belts and stuff, right? On account of being in the spaceship?
I mean, you've got
To some extent?
You got straps, yeah.
Okay. Can I pop some of my straps off and use them to secure the cooler full of wine to the wall here?
Correct.
Because I'm not bringing this in.
Yeah, so the wine cooler.
Not going to risk that.
You strap a wine cooler into a wall.
Okay. Just making sure.
I think I will do the same with the bottles I've got. There's really no point in carrying large quantities of wine to their doom.
Yeah. You guys have the wine stored. You think to the finer things, and you prepare them for their future.
Absolutely.
At around this time, there is motion, and you see as this metal disc rolls into the wall, like something's about to come through.
All right, I ready my shotgun.
All right.
Yeah, take aim.
Yeah.
I guess.
So you're all taking aim for the door.
Take aim.
Stand
Yeah.
here.
All right. You're all
Looks like tumble droids or something.
Yeah, stanced up, guns up. The door slides open, and you see, as the water splashes out, a sluice of terribly burnt at bones in bits of military hard suits splash out into a puddle from the watery palatial halls.
What?
And a small note in circular script sort of like floats to the top of the puddle.
I go over and I look at it.
Yeah, so do you read Newsguy? Or do you read this particular Newsguy's language?
I have a translator device.
Yeah, you put it in, and after a moment, right, you guys just witnessed this carnage. Like, discarded, like no way that these skeletons could have gotten this way naturally. Totally burned at. Armor, like, messed up and banged. And it just, the note says, room service adequate. Next time, more seasoning. And those of you rather adroitly watching might catch a glimpse of a tricentennial massive slug of a cyborgified Newsguy sliding through the waters away.
Holy shit.
Oh, it's our mate.
Yeah, Jawak.
Slow clap as he slides away.
Well, damn.
Yeah.
I guess we could just drink our wine now.
That'll do it.
I mean, pontiffs? Wait.
Avarice says, "One moment, before you indulge in your ill-gotten gains, I am analyzing our cargo. I have visual verification on. Satellite 2. Visual verification on. Satellite 3. Well, yes, it seems like it's time to kick back and have a nice... Wait a minute. Enhance. Visual puncture on incubator module. Visual puncture. We need the... They were going to pay us half when we delivered it. Fuck! Get out there and secure our payday! The incubator module has been punctured.
Yeah.
I'm receiving it's open emergency communications. It says if a manual reset isn't performed from within it in the next 10 hours, the life on board is going to begin to die. I didn't even want to think of how we could go about replacing that nonsense.
Queen, damn it. Oh.
Avarice, do we need to open it up to do the repairs?
It indicates that the only I'm patching the exterior as we speak with an independent drone. I'm going to seal the bit of the coral palace that broke off in it. Rather a don't remove the knife situation. It should hold. However, there seem to have been serious internal issues. A hard reset is necessary. Now, normally I would just be able to find my way into a back door, but there seem to have been very extensive precautions taken against that. Let me see if I can copy a biosignature. No, what is... Honestly, the design of this is so peculiar. And, yeah, a moment passes and says, "Yes, it seems that my best efforts to hack in the back door haven't really worked. They're saying that you're going to have to go over there and reset it from inside. I'm going to continue trying, but for the moment, I mean, it is our payday." And it seems to be that there's some... Basically, a hard reset is for some reason necessary to turn online redundant systems that got damaged or destroyed in the impact. It is the current, like, automated message that Avarice is getting from the incubator module. It's a little unusual, and in your experience, Avarice normally doesn't have trouble hacking. You could try and hack it yourself, although often you need a physical connection somewhere on board to do that. But Avarice can also... Avarice says that it's got, like, a pretty straightforward, like, way to get you there if you get in the shuttle and, head over.
Out into the deep dark beyond.
Oh, it's also
One
important
last
to note, in the wash, 2 pulse carbines came out.
Oh.
You don't see any extra ammo for them, but 2 pulse carbines with degraded straps did come out of the wash. If anybody wants to grab those.
Happy birthday. You said it was your birthday, right?
Yeah, it's come early.
Yeah, there you go. Or late, I think. Well, I guess it's relative.
That's all right. It feels wrong to leave them in the water. Let's at least put them up on the side. You never know when you might
Might
need
as
something.
well.
You grab them, you retrieve your wine, you get back on the people mover. Avarice would like you to go to the shuttle bay and take care of the situation. You don't have to do that like super immediately, but there's a 10-hour period, and you don't know what the situation over there is going to be like.
Is there anywhere on the ship that Avarice can't access with drones? Or like, do we have lockers that we have keys to?
You don't.
Do the key rings go to actual keys to lockers somewhere in the ship?
Well,
That's
funny
a good
you should mention
question.
this.
Oh my god, yeah. Do you have just like a locker you picked up somewhere and just put in a corridor that like Avarice overlooks?
So what I've got as we sort of walk back through the room, Ash reaches into his pocket and pulls out this huge wad of key rings. There must be like 25, 30 key rings. And he pulls out the other one from the pocket that he kissed earlier, the one that Damon got him. And he loops it onto the key ring to have this massive, impressive looking thing. And connected to it is one tiny locker key. And he waves and says, "Come with me. I've got a place that only we can get to."
So Ash, you go to a place where just as part of an internal design flaw, there were never internal cameras installed, and it's like like an odd junction between vents that got put there because a ship designer was punching out to lunch, and it's perfectly sized for a personal locker. And yeah, the key fits. You slide it open, and Avarice has no scene of what goes on here, and it's on a long ventilation shaft.
I sort of look around. I give the shushes to everyone, and I reach inside and I pull out 3 juggling balls. I pocket them. I put one of the pulse rifles in there. I put my 2 underarm bottles of wine in there for later. I pull out a crumpled old photograph, which I hand to Damon, and I pull out an old a flyer for an amusement park, which has been signed by a very, very famous performer, and I hand it to Set, and I say, "Before we go about these things, I want to give you my worldly possessions I've gathered over these last 10 years." I lock the locker again.
What does the photograph you have handed Damon do?
It's a picture of well, it's a very good question.
Is it well ventilated indeed, Sock?
It is a good. It's a picture of the day we did our first the first time we ever did a mission together. That first day, the crew got together for a picture, and it's like 6 of us, sort of grinning, a mixture of races grinning together, just sort of in an old bridge of a ship, with sort of drinks in hand, some machinery behind, something that sort of I hope would take him back to those wonder days of a really successful mission. To bring joy, like, here, do you remember this? The good old days, my friend.
That's really sweet. Thank you. I'm gonna stow my my wine there as well.
Wine stowed.
You really want to give us this?
No one else to leave it to.
We can collect it on the way back.
But yeah, like the way you're talking, it seems like you're worried that you might, need to leave it to someone for reasons.
Either way, I wanted this to be my last mission. I wouldn't be coming back. The only reason I want to come back to this locker is for the wine at the end. It served its
That's
purpose.
beautiful.
I can't keep carrying. I always said that when this key ring was full, these key rings were full, it would be my last time I visited this, and it's filled up the ring.
And since
It's
it turned out they
stupid.
were full when you added 1 key.
And it's starting to just feel stupid carrying around 30 key rings with one key, you know? Because the time has come.
Well, you know what? That's very poetic. And I hope
thank
you don't
you.
die before we get to drink that wine.
I really hope so too. And if I do, sir, you can have mine.
Thank you.
All right.
Now stop eyeing that shotgun and looking at me funny.
That's just my eyes. They're like this. I'm not doing anything special with them. Nervous laughter.
You board the tram, I presume, headed for the shuttle bay.
Oh yeah, we've got a fair distance to cover, haven't we?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do.
You ride a bit. You arrive at the shuttle bay. You're always suited up in your spacesuits, and there is a Piranha fighter converted to a cargo shuttle here. It's got room enough for all of you and plenty to spare, and it's already loaded with about 5
Spin her
repair
up.
parts that are probably going to be helpful over there. Yeah. This is going to be a really routine flight. The only problem is, one, you're going to need to rapidly adjust velocity to maintain relative to the ship, and you know how you made earlier, Ash went out and helped make a really elaborate lattice to prevent any bad stuff from happening during braking.
Yep.
You're not sure if any railgun fire has clipped that or not, but either way, you're gonna have to fly the Piranha through it to latch on and land with the incubator module. So, I would like an operation with a modifier of 1. And if anybody has... Ewan, do you also have order or just commander?
Just commander.
Okay, you can command things, but okay, basically, I want an operation modifier 1 test to see if you can get the shuttle there without banging anything.
Modifier 1, taking into account my 1,000 hours.
10,000 hours is
10,000
per
hours.
class of ship, which we've established you have.
Oh, yes.
on
No, you're
Defender.
right. You're 100% correct. Yes. Okay.
And back. Yeah.
Just like flying through the shipyards back in the hive.
The incubator module. You guys come up, you back in, you latch to the airlock, and there's a sliding of the doors behind you. And
My friend Cleo was very bad at that.
Smooth.
yeah, you guys latch and land, and you go through the airlock, and it seems to be a really nice, pristine area. There's a very extensive blast down. It is ensuring full decontamination when you go through this airlock. And then the doors ahead of you open up, and Avarice says, "We're getting discrete instructions on proceedings. Do not seem to get floor plan. I'm attempting to scan it, but it is resisting. It's the damn nebula. I knew I should have taken precautions before we left." And you do note that the signal strength is as the nebula seems to heavier portion by more heavy So yeah, your communications aren't in the best spot with Avarice, although they are boosted by your position near the shuttle. As the airlock doors open, you see a little antechamber, and beyond it, through the glass of the doors, you can see a large, walled-off greenery at the center of this room, with several, maybe shrubberies, and, separate growths and hydroponic trays that seem to be, first glance, looking like seedlings or young or something. Maybe some sort of automated harvesting or something. And yeah, guys just see an altogether strange place, but definitely seems like it's maybe intended for some sort of life to live there. You also see holes in the floor inside of this walled off. You can't see it, but there's a glass in between these metal struts. So you just walk around and observe these little grazing areas. And yeah, the lights are all on. Everything seems to be working just fine.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah.
Did we, as we approached, get some idea of where the physical damage was located within the space, given that there might have been signs on the outside?
Yeah, so you saw that the physical damage is, you're going to say, 50 meters from where you came in. And the instructions that you're getting are to move south through this main chamber, and then west. I mean, I'm using like,
Yeah.
positions that won't matter here, but on the map. On the map, south, then west, to reach a room where you're going to initiate a hard reset that's going to change over some important life support functionality. Because what was definitely blown out was a semi-redundant room. It's just it didn't cycle over properly when it came offline. So
Okay.
basically, that room spaced. You're gonna guess the special stuff inside it is fucked, but you'll be able to keep this place running as long as you can get to that other room.
All right. Then gonna glance at the others and say, "Ready?"
Ready as I'll ever be.
And punch the door.
And you punch
go.
the door. You guys come in. You see, there's like, it's like this like wide T-shaped room. You see there's heavy airlocks to either side, and in four corners you have these glass doors with strange membranous green flooring.
Not going in there.
You're not sure what's beyond there, but yeah, there are, as you walk around, these chambers. They've got holes in the floor that look clamberable through. You almost see like maybe markings on them, as well as there's something coming and going. And there's greenery, and there's these little, distinct from the growing greenery, you see stuff coming up in these hydroponic trays. And there are these glassed-in areas, like floor to ceiling, and they definitely look, they look like some sort of artificial terrain, maybe for observing things acting naturally. And yeah, you see there's a glass door to the south that seems to go through an almost identical room south of here, and that's the room you need to go to, and then knock one west.
Okay. I don't wish to say something offensive to my colleagues, but eyes on stalks, if you know what I mean.
Right, yeah. Mine are actually quite well attached, but I get your meaning.
Yeah. Already half spliced. What do you mean something very dangerous? This is a lovely place. Now, as you guys walk, you do recall the Earth Heritage Institute is an organization
As we well
dedicated to restoring life rendered extinct by humanity. In particular, like Earth life, but life in general. They engage in a variety of ecological missions. You push the door, and this door is working just fine. It opens up, it closes behind you. You pile into the next room, and
Just 1 second before we pile into the next room. Those holes we've walked past in the greenery.
yeah.
Can I do a quick investigation as we go past?
Yeah. Give me a scrutiny, and I'm assuming you want to investigate like what's going on here.
Yeah,
long
please.
term. You'll get the 3 modifier, and we'll investigate it.
All right. So that's scrutiny with +3, isn't it? Yeah.
A super twist, Damon. You note 2 things. 1, you almost see like maybe molten scales in this area, and also whatever's been coming and going from here definitely uses clawed hands, and that's why these portholes, despite being designed to take them, right, presumably, seem a little like visibly marked. And you are positive that this little feeding area exists for something small enough to get through these holes to come eat. But also it's not enough for them. It seems like whatever it is large enough that it would need to be supplementing its diet with maybe something else. You notice holes similarly into the side chambers, and yeah, you're wondering what this incubation module could be incubating. And overall, with a super twist, you're going to get, first of all, an automatic success the next time you scrutiny anything in this place. But also, get the most distinct feeling that, like, the creatures that live here are like scavengers of some sort, like egg stealers, probably. And they are omnivores. They can go off of egg, they can go off of meat, they can go off of greenery, and this is probably a safe chamber for them to retreat to from anything larger than them. And you peer down, you think that this goes to a chamber below your feet. These holes. Probably a larger chamber. Maybe where the larger thing is.
So, I suppose very simple question. If they can fit through that hole, how big's that hole?
A human could squeeze if they wanted to.
Right.
Well, that's not helpful.
So Damon, do you want to?
Is.
Volunteers, step forward. Skivvy takes a step back.
I have many thoughts about that, but all of them fundamentally settle pretty firmly on not unless it's absolutely essential.
Alright. So I'm assuming you proceed to the next chamber now, which
Yeah.
again, like it's second verse, much like the first in terms of the layout of this room. In fact, it looks almost as if though copy pasted.
Yeah.
And with slightly different arrangements of the greenery, and there's like trays on the greenery on his tubes. You guys head towards the door Avarice has directed you to, and Avarice says, "I've managed to patch into their local comms nodes, and I'm making some progress in hacking. It seems as Earth Heritage Institute's habitation module has been made in collaboration with another organization, but I can't quite define it. I think they were responsible for writing some of this code, however, because it is frankly inscrutable. Doesn't even feel human in origin. Fascinating." And yeah, the door opens up. You see a computer room. And yeah, it seems there's like large encased machinery, several panels and diagnostic screens. You think that the hard reset is going to be a two-parter, one systems test, one mechanics test, ideally done in tandem. And
I'm going to stand outside the door with my shotgun so that I can fall back and then close the door behind me.
yeah, everyone feel free to show me. I'll shift ping wherever you would be as the work is done.
I am. We're going to leave the door open so we can see what's coming. I'm going to place myself just inside the door, but gun ready, facing out.
Yeah, you're just in the door, gun ready out.
I'm not going to be as much use with a system test as some people here, so I will.
And Skivvy, if you want to get Ash to do both and double time him, you would give me a communicate to like command like this and this and this.
I mean, I can totally do that if Ash is up for it and no one else wants to jump in on one.
I've got a 9 for systems and a 9 for mechanics. It's my two biggies.
Two
Beautiful.
biggies.
Because Ash is an
You know,
engineer.
I like you to tell me what to do, even though I know how to do it. It's soothing to me.
To have me peering awkwardly over your shoulder, giving you directions on things that I have no comprehension of.
Skivvy and Kivvy crew. Skivvy, they come in, they lean over, and they're like, yeah, you know, you're used to working in tandem. Give me that communicate before we see. Unfortunately, you basically just bump Ash slightly, and Ash is already a little spooked, and Ash's edge goes up too. As this happens, Damon, by the way, you do see your flashlight flicker like a little more commonly.
You
And
should maybe get that checked.
oh, I'm sorry, Ash. You were already at 2, I guess.
I was at 1 already. Sorry, I was at 1 already. I've just got up 2.
Oh, okay. So you should be at 2. So, Ash, just make me a systems and then a mechanics test to do the hard reset.
Okay,
Sorry, Ash.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was feeling really chill until then. Why did you, when you whispered, some little saliva spittled out onto my ear and it really freaked me out. Let me have a go.
It was intentional.
But it helped. It focused my mind. It was surprisingly warm. Oh, there we go.
Love that for you.
Nice.
Right. And Damon, you're making a close study of the room beyond. If you'd give me a scrutiny.
Yep.
All right. So Ash managed.
Can I have my +3 for that one?
No, because you're not investigating. You just if you see
Because
one
I'm not
key
in it.
detail.
Fair enough. Yep.
You see it. Yeah, one of the girders in the nearest glassed off enclosure looks like it's like you can see there's like a fracture, right? Like when it took the impact, it's a floor to ceiling thing. It looks like it got a bit of a boost. It's the kind of thing you could know this definitively with a more information twist, but you didn't get it unless you want to reach for it. you get the feeling it bespeaks further damage to the enclosure here. That is not yet physically evident, but from what you can see, you get the sense that there's some problems.
Okay. I'm not going to reach for that. I'm just going to report that I've spotted a crack in one of the girders, and we might want to bear that in mind.
All right, and Ash, you complete your job with the reset, and all of a sudden, the lights flicker. And as they do, emergency lighting replaces it.
Fuck! The emergency lighting's nothing!
I do.
And
Emergency lighting. Fade to black.
Yeah.
There's a classic red emergency lighting that comes on in this room and some of the other chambers, spilling out. There is a great darkness around you, as it were.
Physically and emotionally.
Yeah, and as this happens, you hear breach detected, deploying shutters. Breach detected, deploying shutters. As you hear heavy slams as shutters deploy from all over, retracting floor and ceiling bits you didn't even realize were retractable. And security shutters are locking off the bits between like the floor to ceiling glass walls and like the walk around zone. And it looks like you're almost basically, as you can see in the roll 20, more or less like locked into this little bit that you're in. Not only
You are
that,
kidding me.
but there's a rustling. Damon and Sarah, you see like something's head has begun to poke out of here.
I'm not sticking around to find out what it is. I'm gonna go to that door. Gonna pull an Eric Andre here. Let me out!
You're banging on it. Damon, you're still in the doorwell. Are you gonna see what comes out?
Yeah, I'm gonna take aim on the rustling and see what comes out.
You see a creature like you've never seen before, Damon. Its head, somewhere between a lizard and a bird, kind of like peeks out from the hole. And it takes its eyes on you. And it clearly, like, you don't know if it smells something, but it sees something. And it tries to like ram into the glass wall here. Doesn't really get progress, but it lurches at you. A strange creature, claws out, teeth bared. Damon, Skivvy, and Ash. Would you Ash? I think you're still doing. You're like just turning around right now. Actually, yeah. All three of y'all, roll me a resolve test. Also, Set, would you look back?
I think she's gotta.
All right. Also, roll a resolve test. Everyone, roll a resolve test.
That's good of you.
Oh no.
Holy shit.
Oh, right on set. It was all a
She's
ploy
a
of pretending
brave
he was scared.
bitch, I guess.
All right.
If I'm scared, we're all fucked.
Yeah. So all of you managed to hold it, but Damon, you've got your tools on like a bandolier, right? Or like about your suit so that you can wield them.
Yep.
You like the way you jerk back, you accidentally like grab and clasp. You've unclasped your multi, and your multi clasps to the floor and kind of winds up in a corner. Your level 1 shock. And Ash, do you have any of the digital tools that you plug into stuff?
Let me just have a double check. Combox and multi are my two main.
You've left your comm box like on one of the counters. You realize I'm designated to drop stuff with golden lights. Not gonna be that visible, but yeah. The scavenger beast is looking at you guys. You all managed to hold it together, but Ash, you do gain one further edge to go up to 3 edge.
Okay.
Because you only got the 1 success. So, Let's give you good. We're all good on the resolves. Set. Do you have any tools or anything that would cut through a metal security shutter? You gonna try and deploy here?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping there would be a console or something I could try and get into.
This is just a metal security shutter cutting down, preventing you from making ingress. All of the consoles and shit you could see were back in that room, but you're not sure if it's related.
Bugger. Okay, well, I've kind of gotten myself backed up into a dead end here then. That's not great.
Yeah, so Damon, you see this thing, it's come at you, it's rammed, you're keeping your senses. Your other forms of egress seem to be cut off for the moment. What are you, like, immediately doing?
The creature is coming towards me.
It's rammed the glass and been rebuffed. Because it didn't ram near the fucked up girder. So you suspect that's probably still holding.
In that case, I'm going to retrieve the multi.
Run over, you grab your multi. Oop.
Head back and just for the time being, I'll sit. I'll find somewhere where I can see the creature and just keep my crosshairs on it, basically.
Yeah, all right. You're keeping your gun on it. You got Overwatch in case it tries to break out.
So if it does make it through, if the girder collapses or whatever and allows it through, I've got a shot ready.
Kivy and Kivy, are you two doing anything as like Set's run over there? You two are over here. Damon's picking up the multi and pointing the gun. Anything you're doing in that immediate time?
Skivvy's totally probably panicking as soon as the lights change and is all over Ash. Like, Ash, was that you? What did you do? What did you do? Turn it back. Turn it back. Are we out? Are we in? What are we doing?
Ash sort of looks down and sees that he's got a plasma torch, which I'm guessing could potentially cut through things.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
But he's a long way away from there, and he's having that bit in your mind where you're sort of judging, can I make it, can I not make it, kind of thing. Seeing Set banging on the door, seeing the other two sort of, I don't want to say cowering.
She's probably gonna start pulling at her multi.
It's about 15 meters away. You know, it's a quick sprint.
I'm gonna judge it and start making a run for it.
All right, so Ash is running over there. Skivvy, are you following? Important note, Skivvy, there's vents to your north and south. If you'd say fuck this shit, I'm out. But your pals are running over or holding the line as Damon is.
Okay, Skivvy will definitely follow his buddies, his friends, over that way.
All right, Damon. As you see your friends peeling out towards the security shutter, this thing does a weird thing with its neck. You can't quite hear it, but then almost like a speaker comes on and plays the sound from within on a slight delay, and you're like sound, and two more of the scavenger beasts emerge from the hole. There's three of them. They're scratching at the glass. They look at each other, and then they look towards. They're like banging around, and you notice something. All three of them start to turn towards the wall, like they were like starting to ram up against the glass right where the fractured girder is. Wait, oh shit, you're talking, Ben. I can't hear you.
No, I wasn't. Sorry.
Oh.
I was inhaling, but quite quietly.
And your pals by this time are like 12 meters away to your east, like around this like narrow enclosure.
There's a vent to my north.
Yes.
Which would lead through to the next room in the sort of connection around the outside.
Yeah, it'll get you back in that's the direction of your shuttle. Yeah.
I'm gonna yell out a warning to the other three that there are raptors and they're clever girls, and then I'm going to make my way through the vent if I can into the room.
Lock the door behind you!
Certainly. I'm going to say, give me a maneuver test. I think it's at a -1 from the bulky on your spacesuit. And we'll see how that gets you.
If I can hear the shout, I will hit the button to seal the door behind me as I move.
you slam the door sealer.
Push to close.
You can almost smell the shout from where you are. But you can certainly hear the translator. Everybody around her, sickened. Oh, so that's what Get Out smells like. Oh.
Yeah, so,
Rather stay in.
Yeah, so give me that maneuver, Damon, just to see how well you do on the clattering through vents. And this may
Right,
carry
so
forward
I need a
to-
maneuver check
Yeah. Modifier -1.
with -1. Okay. Not well is the answer.
Damon, you are head through, and you've got your gun on like a strap, basically, right? The way the strap and your gun have gone, it's like it's holding you back in the vent. You're halfway in the vent, halfway out of the vent. And yeah, by the way, when that door closes, you only have a single red ribbon of light coming into your room, Ash, Set, and Skivvy. And as you're in the dark there with them, you hear a as something rams it in. Sorry, that's from a different game. Ben will get a bonus soon, trademark. Give it dangerous to go alone. But you guys hear a cracking of glass. It sounds like the scavenger beasts are about to break through the weakened girder bits. You guys have like one chance here to act, and Damon, you're presumably just like trying to get the fuck out of this place as you're like stuck for a moment.
Yeah, I'm at my earliest opportunity. I'm going to head north through that vent into the next.
Yeah. So I figure you'll if you'd succeed, I was going to let you like translate to like a vent or two. You know, you didn't have to roll for every vent. But as it happened, you got a little screwed up. But yeah, that's your plan, right? You're looking at that vent. You're like, I gotta get through. Fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'll give you night vision at 15 meters.
Yeah.
And yeah, so people who are trying to get through that door.
All right. So I've got a multi. Is this going to be a mechanics? I'm not great at mechanics.
You're trying to prop it open. Like as you try and like prop some shit open. You have your multi out, right? Your engineer, who's great at mechanics, comes around the corner with a plasma torch. Ash.
Oh, hey!
Would you like to act upon this door with incredible force?
Hey, let's do it. Give me a hand,
Teamwork!
keep an eye out.
Mechanics.
I say as I
modifier
stand
2.
away and let you do it.
Just stop
Just
those
like in
things
the-
from getting me.
You got it. Better with this anyway.
Exactly. Let's stick to our strengths.
I concur.
Yeah, so
Just like in the high.
give me your mechanics modifier 2 test with the plasma torch.
The mechanics modifier 2. Nothing.
So I knew that Rast Prime was like this, but you really got these terrifying things on Earth? Holy crap!
I'm assuming you're twisting to go through faster.
Yeah, let's get through what we
You
can.
cut through Skivvy while Set and Ash are taking care of the door. What are you doing? Just waiting to skitter through, watching the scavengers?
Probably less worried about the scavengers that are actually there and more worried about the surrounding.
Sure.
Like the other enclosure. Is there anything coming from the other enclosure?
Yeah, give me a scrutiny to take in like the whole field.
It's not a good one, but we'll do it.
Do you want extra information, or do you want to not be distracted while you're doing this?
I'll take the extra information.
Yeah, you see a scavenger beast. It's like dancing around. It seems to be afraid. Like something's rattling around the grass trying to sting it. You don't know what. And then you see, with the extra information, by the thin red light, the carapace of a newsquai shiprat. That's not an Earth form of life. And then you remember, part of the Coral Palace crashed into the incubation chamber. So,
Oh,
at
no.
around that time, the scavenger beast crashed through. Damon, you finally like fall onto the floor.
Yeah, I must go faster.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you're gonna take like one stamina damage just from
One stamina, yeah.
like hitting the floor. Give me, you're 3 or 4. Give me another maneuver to try and go. And everybody at this point, honestly, like roll me a maneuver because I'm assuming you're all just booking it, right? All booking it north and
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hit it.
for sure.
Oh, why maneuver? I'm so slow.
No, my maneuver's -1, isn't it?
Yeah, unless you want to shock that bulky spacesuit.
No, I'm keeping the armor, thank you.
You're keeping the armor.
I mean,
Oh,
we're all freaking out.
that's a
oh
whole
no.
journey right there.
So, Ash.
Yeah, that's not good for Ash.
Ash, you're gonna sprint forward.
Good
You see a
boy.
door that is like kind of like in the way. It is not opening. You whip out your multi. You cram it in. In one single movement, you pry open the door, and in the process, you crack the multi. And as it falls in half, shrapnel hits your buddies. All three of the the Three Stooges here gain 1 edge as a result of the level 2 shock on Ash.
And does that include me? Yeah.
Doesn't include Damon. It includes everybody who's over
Cool. Okay,
here.
then.
And my multi is broken. I'll delete that.
And Set, you realize that you dropped your multi back at the pry open from your level 1 shock. But this door is open. You guys have the successes to get like out into this room. You do note that it has the same security shutter configuration. Damon, you get a single success on your maneuver. You're going to be making all right time, although not as good as if you were going through like unadulterated ground. You climb into this next chamber. You see there's lots of computers and weird shit on them. Some of them have lights, some of them don't. And here's the thing. Your flashlight is like only on like half the time, like, and you're getting like flashes of the room around you. It's like a stark white floor, looks like very office-like paneling on the walls. You know from, because it's a similar layout, you know where the next vent is, but you kind of have to feel your way and see it in the glances. You pop through, there's another red warning light label. You guys are through. In the central chamber, you see more scavenger beasts.
Can I crack a glow stick?
Yes, you crack a glow stick. It gives you like a bit of a green glow. You can also hang it to like your chest ring.
Yeah. So I mean,
yeah, right, you can't
I know
see.
it's imperfect, but it'll give me a bit more.
Yeah, you've got a decent view. You know, you don't have dark vision, but you've got something out in front of you.
Yeah.
Damon, you come here. If you peer through this little like glass hole, you're like in a chamber, kind of like the one you were in, but more mechanically oriented, and it's right adjacent to like the same layout spot that the other room was in. And you see, there's like more scavengers moving around up there. And you see, or you feel like a rumbling. All of you feel a rumbling in the level below. And Set, Ash, and Skivvy, you feel like something in the floor is like having an issue. You also see, there's some sort of like, you don't know, like humidity in the air. Maybe it's starting to get moist on surfaces. Damon, are you good at just trying to go for the next vent, or are you trying to open the big door to your east?
I'm going to. I'm trying not to be. If I go for the next one, I'm going to end up 2 partitions away from my friends, aren't I?
Well, I'm going to say this.
Well, I don't actually know that. So yeah, I'm going to go through into the next room, please.
All right, I'm going to say you managed to get the next vent. You've done enough vent hops today. Here's the thing. You're in a room. There's no further vents. There's the door to the east. It is sealed tight. Unlike the others, it doesn't have glass slits in it. You think you're past the room with the weird green membrane floor. And you think that's the only door out of here. But that should put you, if your mental map is correct, right by the door to the airlock. It's a solid metal door. It's got like a key card reader on the side. How is Damon getting through this? There's a computer in the room. It's, again, looks like a very stark white office.
We're going to start with a proper investigate of the space and the door, please.
All right. You're giving
Learn everything I can about how it works and whether or not I need to use the computer to.
All right.
to open
Give me a
the door.
scrutiny modifier 3 as you take a minute and you do this. You look all around.
Okay.
And Skivvy, Set, and Ash. Do you guys want to just second verse same as the first and try and? Oh, by the way, could you, Ash, roll me 66 real quick?
66. Yep. Is that something I can do regularly? 1 sec. I'll tell you what I can do. Hang on.
Type /roll, put space 66. It'll go.
/roll 66.
Yeah. I can also do it for you if you want, but every time you use a fueled weapon, basically. Okay, you did have a 1. You're down to 5 of 6 fueled on your plasma torch. You want to try and plasma torch 2 again?
Yeah, let's give it another go.
While this is happening, can I think about what might cause this rune to be gaining in humidity?
Yeah, you can try and roll me a systems or a scrutiny.
Systems?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Skivvy, what are you up to? You're here between your friends, and you hear skittering on the floor. There is a clean path to you guys from the scavenger beasts behind you, recall.
Can Skivvy poke their head round the corner and see if that room off to the west has anything? Any vents?
It's another green platform, green floor room. It seems to have a vent, but it would lead south. Seems to be a serious decontamination room. Damon. The door is definitely some sort of door intended to be heavy sealant against any sort of contaminant, and it's definitely part of an in-depth decontamination chamber. The computer may or may not help, but you know that the key card reader is going to need like a proper ID. You look around, you don't find any.
Okay.
More importantly, you realize as you peer at the doorway that there is some sort of heavy sprayer on the far side. It needs to register that it's done its cycle or it won't open the next door. And you start to freak out that you have no way of forcing that to happen, that even if you get through this door, you might be screwed. You have a level 2 shock here, Damon. The next thing you try to do on this, you gain 1 edge, and the next time you try and do anything to this door, it's at a -2 modifier, because you're in your head about, even if I get through this, fuck.
Okay. I'll move my edge to 3. Hang on a second.
Yeah,
we
Seth,
go.
you think there's an issue with the hydroponic system?
Okay. Where would that be fixed?
Beneath
dealt
you,
with.
in the floor, the ceiling, not in this block space.
Boy.
And can I get a mechanics modifier 2, Ash, as you try and rip this open, and the scavenger beasts are coming up to you, Set.
Well, this is going to make a dent in our payday.
All right, Ash. I'll do it real quick for you. Ash, you don't go down another fueled. You're making the run. Givy and Scree, you're popping through. Set, you're looking through this back door, right? When you see scavenger beasts coming, are you gonna run or are you gonna shoot first?
I'm gonna pop one off.
And Ash and Skivvy, am I correct in guessing you dart straight north to what you think is going to be your last security shutter?
That's the dream.
All right, and Damon, you are trying to get through this door. What is your next play here? You've had
My next play, I'm afraid,
Shit.
is back through the way I came into this room, through the crawl space, and I'm going to try and get out through the door to the east of that.
the door
previous
control
room.
is still working there. As you open it, you see your friends Ash and Skivvy running to your east. You also see 3 scavenger beasts going by 2 more, 5 scavenger beasts. They are
Oh my
lunging up, pressing into the glass, ramming their heads into it. There's bleeding a little even. It's like they're trying to get out, like they're running from something. So Damon, I'm assuming you run to link up with your pals.
I'm going to go through the door if I can.
Yeah.
Then cut the north side of the sort of greenery in the middle of that next room.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm aiming to definitely link up with them, but also to try to cover whatever is in that big space that's causing such agitation among the angry raptor evildoers.
Yeah, so there's a boom, boom in the floor. Set, you fire off some shells. You drop a box of shells. They scatter. You're falling back. You guys are converging at this door. Ash, it's the final cut. It's the final cut. Here's the thing.
Come on, Ash.
All of you, there is a massive bang against the floor right under you. Give me an endurance test.
Endurance is definitely my strongest of strong suits.
Oh shit! Oh! Remember how I said something about
Yeah. So here's the thing. Her anxiety pheromone is released, and it comes through your sense sensors before you have time to cut it off.
If I recall, I said something along the lines of, "If she's afraid, oh shit, you're fucked." I meant it literally.
So her anxiety pheromone goes off. All of you ride the hit well enough. But here's the thing. The floorboards and panels are ripped up, and you guys, those of you who have a twist can choose one of two things. One, take the fall gracefully, or two, get a chance to cling to a wall or anything and stay up here. So Ash and Skivvy, you have the chance. Do you want to cling, or do you want to take the fall gracefully?
Skivvy will definitely try and cling.
Alright, give me a
I'll
maneuver
try.
to cling, Skivvy.
Sorry, what did you ask for?
Maneuver to cling.
Maneuver.
And, but regardless of anything, okay, here's the thing. Everyone is gaining 3 edge as you guys just run into each other, fall, clatter through the things, scream out, horrible sense. 2 of you, Damon and Set, fall to the ground, and you hit yourselves prone as the lights finish coming totally back on, and you see this looming over you as its head bangs into the ceiling and it looks down at you.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Mummy's very angry.
Good
Yeah.
question.
You
What do
guys-
you humans do on your planet?
Yeah. Ash, yeah, that's the Mariah in general, Kelly. It's a wonderful species here in Jazars. Ash, you're clung, right, Ash?
Yeah.
And you need to make me a test. You need to make a mechanics -2 modifier test if you want to keep cutting at this curtain. And Skivvy,
-2.
you've got a death grip on this wall, and you managed to actually punch through some of the glass.
Oh,
Here's the thing,
interesting.
Skivvy. If you move your hand out of there, you're gonna take the bleed condition until you can fix that. Which is -1 health each turn.
Oh,
Ooh.
Ash,
whatever I did was a hot mess.
roll. Okay, I'm gonna roll your 5d6. It's gonna be at under diminishing conditions, so everyone is gonna be okay. You're at 4 fuel left. You managed to melt through it. You've been running your plasma torch too hot. It is risking exploding on you. Roll me a mechanics test to try and not have it go off on your hand.
Okay.
All right, you drop it. It falls to the floor. It falls through the floor. Down where your friends are with the giant dinosaur. And Skivvy.
Thank you.
Yep. There's still some left in it.
And yeah, Skivvy, you're in your situation. At this point in time, I don't want to get into turn order because we don't have that much time left, but I'm gonna say Damon and Set. Let's put it this way: big fuck off dinosaur in front of you. There's some water nearby. There's a huge vent nearby that goes down. There's small ones kind of in the brush that go up. What are you doing?
Which direction is the vent? The nearest vent that goes up.
Northwest.
I'll give you a boost.
You think if you get northwest, it's probably going to put you into the little side, like the little greenery thing you cut north of, right?
Yeah.
If you get to one of the ones that is north of this pool, you'll be on the north side of the central enclosure.
Okay. Then yeah, I see. Okay. And there are 3 of the scavenger beasts down here with us.
Yeah.
Actually, 4. It looks like.
Yeah. So they're like scattered like in the greenery. They're running.
Yeah.
They ain't sticking around to fight that shit. They might be more like in the greenery about to pop out, but there's 4 visible.
All right. So
Plan?
my basic thinking here is, if I can make it with my movement to the vent up in my turn, then that's what I'm doing. If I've got any spare time to actually try and scramble up through it, then I'm doing that as well.
Are you gonna fire a parting blast before you get upstairs?
If I've actually got movement that would allow me to realistically get well into that narrow vent, then yeah, I'll take a shot. If not, then I won't.
You will. Here's how we're gonna run this. That I'm assuming you're also scrambling for event.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Can I real quick screw? Do I see where the ship rats came from?
It doesn't seem to be inside this chamber. But with that, you can tell that probably somewhere deeper inside the module, which this large hole that the Apex Predator could have come through comes from. Let me put it this way. Damon, Set, and the Apex Predator are about to do a roll-off on maneuver.
Wow.
This
is fun.
Tremendous.
Yeah, so all of you make a maneuver test. Hey, just don't fail.
With my -1 for maneuver.
I am freaking the fuck out. And I'm taking everybody down with me.
Alright, so Damon's already
Damon.
suffered from the stink effect for the day.
Oh yeah, no, it's true.
That you go up to 7. You're at 7. And Damon, you run. You run for the thing. He runs for the thing. It slashes and roars. You guys manage to ascend. And said, are you going for the north central one, or are you going for the same one Damon is?
Pick the north central one. That sounds good.
Damon, make me a shot as you're leaving, as you're climbing up.
Yeah. I don't get to aim, presumably.
Yeah, no, not under these circumstances.
But presumably I do get the +2 for the weapon?
Yes, still. If you hit ranged weapons and then like hit the D20 next to battle rifle, it should all be in there and pop off.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
So we do that, and away we go.
Holy shit.
Super twist, you managed to shoot it like... The super twist, I'll let you shoot like towards its face and like have like blood and torn skin cover its eyes.
Cool.
So it's damaged a bit, but more importantly, it is in a blind rampage. It charges and rams into the wall somewhere else. As you get up. Here's what we're looking at in the seconds of escape, right? Ash is on the far side of this glass wall from Set, stuck in here with the scavenger beasts that are beginning to rush around her. Damon is in this enclosure with the only hole being Skivvy's hands puncturing the glass near the dangerous overhang. And there's... Yeah, what course of action are we seeing here, my friends?
Shotgun! Back up, Ash!
Alright, roll me a ballistics modifier
Okay.
2. Also, you
Get my head
aim
down.
Blast, as you just try and blast through.
Alright. So that's 5, I think, modifier.
Yeah, overall, yeah. The glass clatters, you come through, and there are now 5 of our little friends who are trying to rush in behind you, Ash. Damon,
Shotgun!
Damon and Kivy. And Kivy, you would have had a chance to do something before this happened, too. Like, what have you been doing, basically, since Damon's been in the hole? Would you still be in this position, you think?
Can I Can I try and use my hands position to grab some purchase on the glass and just pull the whole pane as much as I
you
can
rip out
out
the
to try and
pane?
make
Yeah,
to try and make a hole for Damon.
Either a melee or a maneuver.
Okay. Wow.
Skivvy crashes out the whole pane, right? And like hangs there, a dead clutch, bleeding, unable to act further, needing, ironically, communicate test. Snap him out of it, Damon. You've got an opening. You've got a narrow ledge. You've got an immobilized Skivvy. What are you doing?
Okay, so if I sort of leave through the pane that Skivvy's just pulled out, there's a bit of a gap between the partition and the actual pit, right?
Yeah, it's like a narrow ledge. You're gonna be turning your feet sideways to like not fall back into the hole.
All right, but the pane's been pulled out, so there's a fairly big hole in front of Skivvy.
Yeah, there's a big hole of glass in front of Skivvy. Yeah. You can slide through there.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try and shoot through the hole through the pane to the north.
All right. Yeah, sure. Just give me a quick shot.
Yep.
Pop. And yeah, okay. Holy shit! You clear out any glass you want with that super twist.
Right.
Glass goes flying. In the interim, you drop a mag, but it's probably not going to matter. It clatters to the ground below. Bullets spill. You shot out the glass. You have the exit. Then
I'm going to grab Skivvy with my movement as best I can. Pull up, and then try and drag the two of us as far as I can through the hole I've made to the north.
I'll give you your preference of a maneuver or an endurance to get through here.
Maneuver or endurance? Well, that's one of those, 5 of one and less than 6 of the other. We'll go with endurance because it paid dividends last time for no adequately explored reason.
Yeah, you're dragging them. Nice.
Oh man.
And bear in mind, 7 edge is when you can trigger your edge break, unless you're human, in which case you can trigger it at 5 if anybody wants to. Damon, you managed to get yourself and Skivvy through this hole. As this shit gets ripped open, like the scavenger beasts do fall upon Set and Ash. Like, there's no two ways about it, right? As you're trying to get out the door, they are going to get some scratches off on you. We're going to see like a claw attack at each of you for the moment. And it's 2 damage to each of you. Both of you can roll your armor. But yeah, so this is happening. This door is still shut. It needs to be popped open, probably with a multi. And there are 5 of these scavenger beasts bearing down through the broken bits, sliding through the glass. I mean, one of them opens their own neck and winds up like, dead on the floor. It's a frenzied rush.
No, that's kind of what I thought. How much damage am I taking?
You're taking 2.
I'm taking 1.
Last orders. Ben's Entil Barman calls time and Ben flies into wine range.
It's too close to reality, I'm afraid.
So yeah, bear in mind. So okay, first of all, does anybody try and get Skivvy to snap out of it? And 2, Skivvy's at level 3 shock right now, like absolutely out of it. Does anybody edge break or do anything other than like? Okay, let me rephrase this. There's raptors here. There's a door to your north. You're in a tight band here as they're crashing into you. What do you do?
So my edge break would be mechanics based. It just works. So any mechanics test until the end of my turn succeeds.
You could literally,
Whatever I do.
with a stern knife hand, just jam it into the console, crack it just so, and get this door open with that, Ash. You want to?
I've got a saber. I got that saber.
Oh shit, you do!
You whip out the saber. You whip out your fucking Veer officer sword. Pop it through.
Yeah.
Man, those choices.
We made those choices.
Yeah, the door pops
Fucking
open.
You made me do it.
It just goes off. When the edge break pays off, you're gonna be roll 76 basically. As the edge break triggers, you get the door open. Ash has the door ahead of you guys. Damon, you're dragging Skivvy. I'm assuming you continue to drag Skivvy.
Yeah. I'm allowed to take my edge break at 5, you say,
As a human, yes.
Mhm.
and I'm already at 6.
Correct.
I do want to drag Skivvy, but I'm conscious of the fact that I would also like to take my edge break if I could.
What is it?
It's Deadeye.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh,
Here's the thing. Yeah, as you guys are, I was just about to ask anybody
Dragon with
shoot
me.
these guys to stop you. I have a question. Do you want to line them up in a row as they're coming through?
Yes, please.
All right, I take over skivvy duties.
All right, yeah.
As I see Ash
They're
quickly
pouring
starting to
through the door.
collapse.
They're about to be into your spaceship, Damon. You line up the perfect
God.
fucking shot, and roll me 66 as all of your edge like empties out of you. You pull the trigger, and like 4 pairs of raptor brains get splattered all over, and they're just healed lizard and blood. Healed lizard and blood. Oh my
I feel good about that. Does that make me a bad person?
No, it's just being human.
Ash. I'll be. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here's what happens, right? With that, you guys board the shuttle. What do you say to each other? And to clarify, like Ash, Damon also gets it with a level 3 shock, and Damon is just like fully shell shocked from the moment, is still reeling. Skivvy, you're like barely beginning to return to your senses. What do you say to each other in the shuttle?
Spared no
Hello?
expense.
Suppose not, except I guess we're not really getting the second half of this delivery bonus.
No, I think they probably wanted those alive. Who's bleeding, by the way?
Aren't we all?
I mean,
Oh,
badly.
wait, I think
Does
I
anyone
might be.
need actual medical attention?
Gonna look at myself and see. Oh, I'm a little hurt. Ouch. And you can see like I've got like massive scrapes in the back of my carapace. You can see my bone actually, and Mirai don't have very many bones, but they have some, and seeing them's kind of a problem.
I mean, I've got some bumps and scrapes from the fall, but is anyone actually struggling? Can I check what people are, whether or not they're responding and healthy?
Yeah, I'm gonna live. I've gotten down to 1 stamina.
Yeah. That's essentially going to be the first thing I care about.
So I'm assuming, Set, that you're like punching out, right?
Yeah. As soon as we get into the as soon as I get myself into the cockpit, I'm zooming.
All right, yeah, you managed to make it back to the shuttle. Well, do you want to make the test, or do you want to edge break? Because you're still having to fly out the latest work. Absolutely.
Fuck it. I'm gonna win.
You guys see you do the...
I should have
Oh my
just
God.
edge braked.
Yeah. So when she's done flying, you see Set just go like almost catatonic as she rams the shuttle back into the bay and just like goes out the door and goes like opens a box and sits in it. Like just done. Damon and Skivvy, by this time you would have like somewhat recovered from your level 3 shocks, but you are frazzled and you feel like this is probably going to be affecting you for some time. Cough, psychological trauma. And yeah, as you guys emerge, you just hear a message from Ara saying, "Good job with the incubator module. However, we have another problem." And you hear a voice saying, Who am I, really? Where am I? It would seem our slumberer has woken. Going to need somebody with a more human touch to handle this. It is... Remember this way, do you guys just like bop back to the bridge?
guess.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's reasonable.
Yeah.
I totally would.
Alright. This is, I know,
Skibby totally would.
we're about to be like 10 minutes over, I'm sorry. The inveterate sleeper is awake and has used the fact that he has keyed in his crew to try and, like, open communications with anybody who he can. But as Avarice points out, we don't know who's in the nebula. We need you to cut communications and reposition. And the inveterate sleeper is looking around like, what? How long has it been? And as far as you're aware, it's been like 20 years since this guy went under, which isn't that long a sleep time for him to be acting this way.
It's been 250 years since you last were awake.
Oh my
We're in the
God.
future.
He begins to freak out. He's like, ah!
Don't worry, don't worry. The future has good food too. And humans like sexual intercourse, right? It has sexual intercourse.
No, I don't want that. Now that I can't have
Oh, I
my
thought-
love, I
okay.
don't want anyone.
You and me got that alike.
How do you feel
Oh.
about wine?
Ooh,
Wine?
we have wine.
He's like, how could I enjoy the libations of pleasure when I am forever to drift in this cold world? Without my love?
It's not so cold after a few libations. It gets better.
Can I like grab him by the shoulders and look him like dead in the eye and say just like one really amazing thing to him?
Yeah, what do you think?
All right. I'm gonna try and make a communicate check.
Huh?
It's really good wine.
Unfortunately, you also freak him out, and he gains an edge. He's like, "Whoa, anxiety! Oh!" So like but he's like, "I believe the wine is good, but how can I move forward with this?" And Skivvy, is there anything you want to do?
Skibby will say to him, "Look, we'll just go get some wine. Relax. It's all good. We'll find out how long you've been under. It's not 200 years. Don't be crazy. But we can't find out unless you shut down the communications."
All right. Do you want to give me a communicate test or trigger any applicable edge break?
I could totally have triggered my edge break before everyone else, just in case. But I will do that.
All right. So you have silver tongue.
Oh no, actually,
Oh right, officer or something else. No, okay, yeah. So make me a communicate test.
I have Eureka.
Oh yeah, you could have. It could have. But yeah, actually, make a communicate.
Yeah.
Make a communicate. You got
I'll
a good
give you a
argument.
communicate.
Modifier 2 because Set has convinced him it's really good wine.
It is really good wine, to be fair. If it's not all really good wine, some of it is.
It's such good wine. In fact, when you say that, like your pouch, like the. Oh, wait, did you already get rid of the wine in your pouch?
No,
The wine
I
in your
totally
pouch.
kept hold of that.
As you gesticulating about how good it is, it falls out, it pops, and it like rolls on the rubber floor. And it's like, oh, there's some right there. It all works out as Avarice is like, my wine, and in the end, I think we all have a lovely time. As the voyage of the good ship Deluxe continues. I'm sorry to run you 13 minutes over with how late it is already over there. But hello, welcome. It's been Diesel Shot with Boys from the Baltic Star as you guys pop it and have a nice drinky. Fine vintages of wine like you've never tasted ahead of your, still pretty good payday despite some disturbances. We do something traditionally on our channel called Feedback Phase, where we just ask people like what they like, didn't like, want to see more of sessions. It's obviously really late, but just like if there was any like highlight of the session for you, feel free to let me know. Pat, would you like to quickly give an example?
Sure. So I liked the range of stuff we explored. I liked the massive ship map and that being kind of the adventure zone. This whole concept was very fun. It would make for a really fun like campaign kind of. That thing, I think a lot was jammed into a little time. I think it could have been benefited from spreading it out a little bit more, but then again, limited time frame, one shot, et cetera, et cetera. I understand. And what I want to see more of, I want to see how. I want to see more Jurassic Park. I want to see more Jurassic Park.
Excellent. Well, That's basically the idea. And if there's anything that you don't have a strong feeling about, don't feel obliged. We can skip over it. And of course, we'll remind everyone, these are the boys from the Baltic Star. Check them out on Twitch, on Twitter, on all the good places of the net. You can catch them playing Traveler and more. Luke, you want to end with it?
I really enjoyed the fact you let us run with things. I like the fact you were building wine around us, which I appreciated. And then I really wasn't expecting the big map at the end with all the dinosaurs and that. That was a real pleasant surprise, I think. That was exciting to suddenly be like, wow, okay, this is a whole new space. I really like that. It's good stuff. That was definitely a positive.
Wonderful. Is that your overall?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I think we all agree that we really first time we played Change Stars, and I really, really liked the way it works. The edge break and the negative point things as well as like the successes. It was really nicely balanced. So good work on the creation.
Thank you. And yeah, the combat does move fast. I was abrogating combat. Like, we didn't roll initiative or anything on the module. We just didn't have time. But yeah, I think it was all pretty awesome. Ben, hit me with it.
I must confess, the best thing about it for me, I thought truly was the rule system. It seemed fast and light and easy and really cinematic. Like, it was easy to describe the way you wanted things to be, and it was fast to happen. And the other thing I truly loved was the scale of the ship. You could have an entire campaign that's just exploring this one ship.
Mm-hmm.
I invented this when I was told that you guys liked the wonkier the better, I think was your preferred type of plot. And that was when, like, this wasn't even a type of ship that existed in Change Stars lore before. I was like, yeah, no, this is going to be fucking huge. Avarice is going to run it, and we're going to have nonsense.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's our brand. You're bang on there. That's exactly what we do. We do very, very silly things. We've had people eaten by wolves in theme parks, and we've had cricket cruise liners traveling from system to system. There is absolutely nothing we won't mess with.
I love it.
Amazing.
Nice. And so you like the rule system, you like the scale of the ship, and overall that's the takeaway?
Yeah. And it felt really, really interactive and really smooth. And I think obviously that's partly down to the rules. I think it's partly down to your GMing as well. I think that was really light touch, very quick, lovely.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I tried to stay agile. I know I was cramming so much in here. I was worried that I was like not giving you guys a chance to breathe, but I think it went well. And
it really did. I had a thoroughly good time.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm so glad. Ewan, round us out here with just them notes. And I'm sorry, Ewan's like display name and character name hasn't always been up. Like, there's a few blank slides. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my biggest takeaway, if I'm honest, from the whole thing, is that my nameplate. The way you shoot, no, not at all. I loved the edge mechanic. To be fair, was great. The way that it gives you more chances to succeed, but also more chances for things to go horribly wrong. And I felt like it built tension really well. It was really good. I liked, as Pat and Ben have said, the scale of the ship was awesome. I could have spent a whole campaign. I could have spent, like 4 more hours playing this game, to be fair, exploring around and finding out what was on the ship. But also how it felt like there were times for everyone to shine, and I know that's often the case in a one shot, but it's not always the case. And that was really appreciated. I think that each character had their own little, moment where they could do what they were good at.
Yeah. So that was.
Yeah.
Done feedback phase. I'm 20 minutes over. You did get to stab a saver into something. Do you guys want to give any extended pitch of Boys from the Baltic Star? I'll go get the Twitch link and drop it in chat. Like what you guys are up to over there, in terms of people who might not be familiar, who's maybe it's their first time seeing the Boys from the Baltic Star.
It's very kind of you. We're essentially doing narrative gaming, which started out with the Traveller role-playing game, which we play, generally speaking, on Friday nights. On Saturday nights, we tend to play other kind of random role-playing games. This coming Saturday is Orbital Blues, which Luke is running us through.
Nice.
This is great.
On Sunday night, Luke is doing the first session of a narrative video game. It's called Hard Rain, isn't it, Luke?
Heavy Rain, man.
Heavy Rain. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's kicking off on Sunday night. But it's again a narrative story. And tomorrow night at 11 UK time, I'm doing this periodic thing I do called Behind the Screens, which is kind of about the history and mechanics and how role-playing games are built and work from sort of the point of view of a writer and a person who builds stories as opposed to anything else. So I've gone through all sorts of different bits. It's, I think, the 11th of those I've done. So there's been a lot covered. And that's what we're doing this weekend. But generally speaking, we normally do Traveller on a Friday, some other kind of role-playing game or tabletop game on a Saturday. And usually on a Thursday and Sunday, Luke plays narrative video games.
No, there's lots of wonderful stuff going on over there, and it sounds great. We are... Wow, it's crazy to be like literally our 10-minute break is normally at 10:30 in 10 minutes from now, but I'm sure I've got you all up so damn late. If anybody else has anything like to say, feel free, but I do think I'm gonna find us a raid and just saunter on out of here after a wonderful time with the boys from the Baltic Star playing Change Stars.
Woo!
Thank you
said
both.
Orbital.
Thank you both.
Thanks for
Orbital
having
Blues.
us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, it's great to have you. Like, this has been an excellent time. You guys have great chemistry, and it was fun to share the game with some cool people.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Orbital Blues on Saturday. I'll probably try and catch that because I've been meaning to watch a playthrough of that. Actually, I backed the Kickstarter a while ago, and I guess
we're really enjoying it.
They ran around when we ran in terms of Kickstarter.
Yeah, they ran. I think they ran like either right after or right before. I was worried. No, they started running like in the last week of our Kickstarter, and I was like, oh darn it, they're gonna.
Yeah,
but then I also backed them because
it's all love.
I backed it. I backed it because you backed it, Pat. To be honest, because you posted about it. I said, yeah, I backed that as well. Then.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a cool vibe for a sci-fi game, and we also were there having a cool vibe with our Change Stars game, or with our sci-fi game.
Yeah. All
right. So we're gonna go raid Master of Rem. They're playing some Shadowrun, and isn't that lovely? To remind us that however many D6 we have to keep track of, they have it worse. So until next time, dreamers, I'm punching it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
3, 2, 1. I'll let you know when we've cleared the raid here. And thank you everyone for coming over. Night boys, night Lee, night Kelly.
Good night. Thank you for coming out.